properly.
You know, that is very good. We'll see how the map works for everybody's system now, since we're going back to the old style. So should be interesting. So last we left off, you were in Avernus trying to track down Lady Esmeralda, as well as Hal and Gizmo, so that you could locate the Nymph's Rest. Using a tracker of gizmos to uh, locate Hal, you found that the location was giving off of a flying hive that was anchored into the vast hellscape of Avernus. Climbing up the 100-foot long length of human sized linked chains, you made your way into this moist, sticky, almost paper mache like structure that you quickly found large, about 9 foot in length from head to stinger, wasps, as well as their victims that they have collected throughout their travels in Avernus to feed their young larvae. Making your way up higher into the cocoon, you found a small group of these wasps and dealt with them, as well as some of their larvae that were hatching out of the walls. And it was here that you ran into Gizmo, who was stuck in this very honey like, almost crystallized residue that the wasps made not only their nest out of, but some of the hive cells. She informed you that Hal and Lady Esmeralda were still somewhere in here, but your conversation was cut short as you heard the very angry buzzings and movements throughout the hive as you, through the various gunfire and spells and other actions, have alerted the hive to your presence. So, with that, let me try pulling up the map here if it'll let me. Oh, okay. I think I see why I messed up here. Hang on. Gotta rejoin as a GM. I use a different browser for the maps for the recording, and this one I was set as a player because I wanted to see what it looked like for some of the maps that were being tested. So I need to make sure that y'all are on the right map. And Roll20 is thinking about loading the map.
Yeah, I missed this.
Okay, I'm going to refresh because this is not showing the right map. One of the things I don't miss about this is how slow some of the maps are, but I can't find a good virtual tabletop, for the life of me. Either you have to deal with their slow servers or their APIs for a locally hosted server is just crap for sending out some of the information to the player clients, aka Fantasy Grounds. There is no real good middle ground here. Okay, don't need all that up. Go away, please. Please go away. Please.
Well, sorry I missed it, y'all.
speaking of, I gotta get your token up on here.
Insomnia is a mofo.
Yep.
Fortunately, today I'm good and I slept well, and I woke up at 10:30 and I feel great.
So Duke is just going to kind of be in the background for this, while Menhir is going to just glide into his place. And it's like Menhir is with you all along. All along.
He was in spirit, especially when they were crushing heads. He was there.
Exactly.
He was there in spirit for sure.
Right.
Did any of y'all smash wasp heads and stuff and squish them and whatnot? He was there for every one of those, laughing over your shoulder.
Well, I mean, my weapon does psychic damage, so it causes their heads to explode. So,
I
kinda.
did hit
Jovially
one
laughed.
All right. So, is anybody having any trouble viewing the nest that y'all are in right now?
Not at all. Thankfully.
Okay. And again, we're going to try to keep it that way as best we can. But I know things happen, so, you know. I will try my best, but if things just kind of mess up here, I can only do so much. But we'll try to be vigilant. All right. With that said and done, y'all are... So you just freed Gizmo from that sticky interior wall, that amber that's mixed with like the sand, some of the regurgitated body matter from some of the victims, the bile that these things release. And you manage to kind of snap these things off. It's almost like peanut brittle, but it's almost as strong as some metals as you kind of snap it off. You manage to free her from that, and you hear all the buzzing going around.
All right.
Certainly looks like we've kicked the hive a bit.
Well, before we go finish exterminating the rest of the hive, Ivy, Barth, can you come in for a moment?
And Ivy's like trying to get over there, stepping carefully over the multitude of dead larva bits and trying to tiptoe past some of the dead wasps and their spilled innards. Every footstep just kind of squishing from the regurgitated mulch of bone and fat that this place is made out of.
All right, so I'm going to start casting as she goes over that, just kind of drowned out the noise a little.
Making me hungry, Dave.
Gonna go ahead. We're just going to be chaining some spells before we go up there real fast. So Barth, Willow, and Ivy all increase their hit point totals by 15.
Hey, does it also heal that as well?
Yep.
Who did you use that on?
Barth, Willow, and Ivy.
Alright.
I'm gonna touch Ivy to heal for 5 because I know she doesn't have a lot of hit points and she needs every single one of them to not just instantly die.
that would be really sad and extremely bad at this point.
Ivan needs to stay in the back with Elodia then. She ain't got a lot of hit points. Elodia keep
You
them all.
know, that's what we tried.
Oh,
And she got stunned and started getting bitten and stabbed, and then it was just, oh, no, no, no.
Now, to be fair, we didn't expect a horde of maggots to come bursting out of the wall. To be fair, we are literally in a wasp nest. Perhaps we should have seen that one coming.
Perhaps, maybe they could have anticipated that. But I mean, things happen. Sometimes for good, sometimes for bad, sometimes for other reasons, but they happen, and y'all were rolling with the punches. So, but you do place your hands on Ivy as you begin focusing your divine energies through your hands, causing them to glow faintly white as the energy just kind of pulses into Ivy's skin, and you see it just kind of dissipate as it fades out, spreading as it undulates through her topical flesh, just kind of closing up some of the wounds. And thank you, sister.
And just to finish it all off, she'll snap her fingers, and a little blue poof comes out, and she will turn.
Wait, you're
first
snapping
look-
Ivy's fingers until
No, no,
something
no.
comes out?
No, Willow's fingers, and she's turning, and as a bonus action, turning a spell slot into a spell point.
I thought this was the school of major pain of healing. My leg, and you just snap the finger sideways till they're not focused on your leg anymore. They're worried about now their sideways bent fingers.
I don't know if that's how that works.
It's how it worked in major pain.
Heh.
One tubby.
tubby. Two tubby.
That was such an underrated film.
It really was.
I don't think that's how that works.
So anyway,
All right. Guys, it's been a long day. Honestly, I probably have one big fight left in me. So, you guys, I'm counting on you for the bees up here.
All right. Well, let's make it count.
Ivy, stay with Elodia. All right, everyone ready to go?
I feel oddly fresh and ready to do battle with anything. There, Willa.
Oh, that was lavender perfume. It has that nice fresh scent to it.
all right.
No?
So
Okay.
are y'all climbing up further into the nest?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
I'll
we
go.
are.
Cool.
So,
Up we go.
What is the source of illumination here?
That would be the magical light that was created by one of your
Awesome.
party members.
And what kind of being is Gizmo, by the way?
A gnome.
Yeah, she's a gnome, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, a gnome that
course.
Willow seems to be a little awkward around and keeping her distance.
So it's because Gizmo views Willow as a romantic rival.
Well, I mean, she did want to, she did have high interest of penetrating Willow with something about 10 inches in length, but it was mostly made of sharpened steel and fired from a rifle projectile. So,
Look, it's not my fault. Remy misunderstood the signs.
It's not your fault that he, got charmed by you.
yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
completely misunderstood all the sides.
Oh yeah, it's not. Oh damn, that's it. Yeah, way to go.
So, all right. So many things to put on the right layer. And reveal. Okay, this should work. I say that with the utmost confidence.
Yeah, he said hopefully. This should work, he said hopefully.
Yeah, the problem with this is I gotta like reveal it in sections because there is no fast way to reveal this on maps that are kind of strange like this. They're not like square rooms where it's just easy to make a rectangle and kind of go from there. I feel like I'm missing something down here. Okay, you need a... There we go. The other issue is I can only see in the DM view, so it doesn't really help with revealing where y'all are at in terms of illumination. So, can anybody not see their tokens? Why is this lagging so much? Okay, let's try this again.
We can see Hal in the wall there.
I can see Hal's name.
Huh. Okay. Trying to see what's
Oh, hey, Hal.
Ah, there's the area that I was looking for.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
and let me just make sure that the recording can see your new location now that everything's finally revealed. I know this map is weird, just, you know, consolidating areas so we don't have to keep jumping to other maps. So, much like the previous level, it's a lot of honeycombed cells, octagonal cells that these hell wasps have created for their larvae, which you can only guess that are incubating inside, having been fed the various fat and visceral meat from the various carcasses that you found when you first entered here. Much like as you found Gizmo, you do see Hal here gummed up to some of the walls, again by that same regurgitated bile that forms the rest of this very moist nest that these wasps have made, this gigantic sack of wet material that is their home. Now, as you climb up out of the hole, you see the wasps angrily flying about. Some of them look like they came from some holes up and above in the ceiling. As they're flying about, and they do notice you. As you see Hal just kind of nervously looking about, and he sees you climb up out of the hole, and his eyes just kind of go like wide with surprise and a little bit of fear from all the angry wasps that are about. So, without further ado on that, I would like everybody to roll initiative. See if this hyperlink will work. Yay. All right.
What the fuck? What the fuck is happening?
Okay.
Who
Dude,
what?
we're all rolling 20s. Or like 3 people roll 20s and shit.
So what you're saying is
I have advantage, and I rolled a 4.
2 and a 3.
ouch.
Feels
Ouch.
bad, man. Hey, at least you didn't roll double ones.
Who rolled that last session? Because I know somebody rolled double ones on an advantage check.
I know I rolled fucking double ones on initiative in the last game.
Okay.
Last campaign at one point at least.
Trying to do, Dave. I forgot to click my token.
Well, I'm showing you as a 24 initiative here, and that's what I'm showing here, so you should be good. And I see Willow with her 22. For simplicity's sake, since they're not really going to be too much active in here, Ivy and Gizmo are going to be going last in the tracker. But looks like Elodia with the higher dexterity is going to go first.
Okay, so we're going for the one right here.
Okay. All right, and it's going to be that 23 is going to be more than enough to hit its chitinous carapace of that only gives it a 19. So your first arrow just pierces right through it. You're not sure if it was just the strength of your bow or maybe the magics that enhance it, but whatever it was, pierced right into it. And it's going to be that. Okay. 21, again, just finding a similar spot in the weakened carapace there, just piercing right through another area, just kind of splitting some of the shell a little bit more. That bright yellow mustard-like fluid just starts kind of leaking out of it as it angrily flaps its wings faster. You see the tail just kind of thrusting the stinger like it's just anticipating stabbing you right in the face with it.
Which one are you on, Elodia?
The one on the left, this one right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one.
And I'm staying where I'm at.
I'll just lower that here.
Nice shooting, Elodia.
Yes, it's much better this week than it was last week, because last week was everybody was just doing really bad at the rolls. It's one of those sessions where nobody rolls higher than a 5. Player and DM is just bad. All right, so Elodia, is that end your turn? Do you want to stay there? You can still move about. What was that? You kind of broke up.
Staying.
Staying? Okay. So, Menhir, it's your turn, and Barth, you're on deck.
I'll close to there, and I'm going to do an experiment.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This is a family stream here. We don't need to see what you and a Helwas do for experimentation, okay?
No, I'm going to see if I can knock it down, so...
Again, you know,
Unless they're
phrasing.
immune to prone, I'm going to do a contested check to see if I can knock them prone.
Okay. That's just what, strength?
It's either their athletics or acrobatics, whichever they choose.
Gotcha. Okay. So it is working for the auto rolls with that, so that's good. You do manage to kind of beat it down to the ground, even though it's temporary, but it's still down on the ground.
Sweet. I will attack it with my maul.
Okay.
Although, man, I tell you what. Oh, here we go. It just takes forever.
Yeah, because I'm not doing it from a character sheet and beyond. I'm doing it from a
14
NPC sheet.
probably misses.
14 does. That's why I kind of also say like their AC, because you guys can figure out anyway. But I don't see the point in hiding the things like armor class. So.
But I think a critical hit probably don't.
Critical hit completely misses this creature. It laughs at you in your futility as it's, just lying on the ground. Yes, and of course that hits.
You hit the hive, and now we're falling 100 feet to the ground.
Well, actually, it'd be a lot higher than 100 feet because you have been climbing up into this nest. If you look at the little picture in the kind of bottom center of this map, you can see where you're at in the hive right now. So, it's Yeah, fun stuff. All right, so let's see.
31 damage. Another attack.
Thank you. Still kicking. It's still like you see the stinger kind of stabbing around. You're trying to make sure it doesn't hit your legs or, God forbid, what's in between your legs.
And another crit for 30.
And all right, so the maul comes down a second time, cracking more of its shell as some of the yellow mustard fluid splatters about like you hit a little condiment packet. It's just...
Is it dead?
Oh, it is not dead. It's still
Okay,
thrashing about, very
it gets
angry.
Another one. It gets one more.
Min here is typing.
And a third. What the F? All these damn crits, man. What is happening?
Okay, so that's
Okay.
32.
Dude. Yeah, what the hell is happening, man?
Well, that third one will go completely through its already cracked shell. Part of its body cavity just gets wrapped around the head of the maul, and you start to lift up part of the body. You have to kind of put your foot on it to like separate the maul, and when it does, it comes out this sickening, and it's kind of sprays towards Willow and Barth's direction. You pull it up, and it kind of goes like overhead, and all the like that mustard spray just flies backwards.
Oops. That's my turn.
Okay. Well, in that case, Barth, it is your turn, and Willow, you are on deck.
All right, quick question. How long has it been since the previous combat?
About maybe a minute.
All right, so I will have to recast Shadowblade. All right, well, we're going to make our way over to here.
Okay.
Gonna use bonus action to cast Shadowblade once again.
So the arcane energy's channeled through your arm, and the blade just appears from the palm of your arm.
And we're gonna hack at it.
It's hacking and slashing and whacking. All right.
Yeah.
22 is definitely going to
then
hit.
we're gonna-
Shadowblade strikes this thing, pierces into its thorax for 26 psychic damage.
Yeah. And we're gonna slash again. Uh,
19 is just going to be enough to hit, so you're kind of focusing on that spot that you created with the blade.
Alright, then we're gonna spend a superiority die for...
Again, the mustard is just flying all over the place, adding to the contrast of the amber
We're
honeycomb
gonna spend a
cells.
superiority die for trip attack. So it takes an additional 7 damage, and it has to make a... DC 18 strength save.
All right.
Or else it's knocked prone.
Does make it.
Alright, well...
Just barely with exactly 18, but strength is not a weak stat for it, as you are finding out from this thing.
Alright, well, that's gonna be Barth's turn.
Okay, Willow, you are up, and the wasps are on deck.
Hey, Hal, I don't suppose you have the Keyblade readily accessible for me to get you down quick, do you?
I see you haven't changed much. Does it look like I'm armed here? I'm stuck to the bloody wall, you git!
All right. Well, I'll get
What's
you
it-
out here in a moment.
Was he always that friendly?
Esmeralda
no.
may have rubbed up, kind of her personality may have kind of rubbed off on him.
All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and chop into this thing.
28 is going to hit as it's focused on Barth. Doesn't really see you coming up behind it as you chop into the large lower sections of its tail, the little plating. Slash into it, and it will take that extra damage. So let me get that first one here before we go any more rolls here. Okay, so it is still alive barely. After the 20, though, that second one, it is down as you sever the tail from the torso, and the wings just kind of twitch. The arms kind of kick about. You see the stinger just kind of thrusting all over the place. But as it does that, come on. Oh, it's not going to show me that, is it? As it does that, where is it? I guess it's on the previous page, right?
These things
That's
have a lot of help.
I mean, they are fiendish
Ginormous wasps,
insects,
yeah,
so I
still.
mean, take that as
Wow.
you will.
No, yeah, it's cool. I'm not complaining. It was one of those, take note of the.
Why
They
not?
have a lot of help.
Whoa! Okay. So Willow won the prize. And let me tell you what you've won, Willow. As you struck that creature there, from the nearby wall, not one, not two, not three, but 11 larvae start to spill out from what looks to be an encased angel corpse in the wall.
Again,
Anybody got any fire? Fire is good.
it's a shame I had
Just
to.
saying.
It's a shame I had to give up. It's a shame I had to give up Shatter. Not like you have the spell slots to cast it at this point anyway, though.
I regret taking Spirit Shroud, not Spirit Guardians.
I think we had this discussion last time.
Yep.
I do have Create Bonfire.
Well, as you contemplate that, so Willow, as you have your brief moment of victory, followed by the oh dear God, all these very hungry larvae just coming out the walls, looking at you and Barth like the most delicious morsels they've ever sensed. What do you do with the rest of your turn?
I reduced the one beneath me.
Okay, so that is that. Okay, that will indeed squish it as this giant larva just pops like a fat grub, just this thick goop coming out of its squishy membrane-like body. All right. Are you doing anything else?
There's really nowhere I can reposition to cut off a swarm. That's gonna end my turn.
Okay, so, let me also, before I go any further here, I'm going to see if I can get them on their own initiative here. That's going to be just that. I don't know if that'll work.
You know, I have noticed that we have a very distinct lack of AoE damage in our party.
Yeah, I built specifically to take one-on-one fights.
Okay. So they'll be acting next series on the turn tracker. So the wasps are now going to go here. Let me just see. So just one with that, one with that. You know what? That will work. And boy, can they move. All right. So that's going to be a... Let's see. Gotta make sure this token goes to front. And this will be coming over here. This will be coming over here. And over here. Alright, so let's get let's see. We'll say odds, faith, evens, Elodia for this one here. 4, that is going to be Elodia, so that wasp there is going to focus its attacks on Elodia. We'll start with Elodia, the 2 on men here, and then the 1 that's going for Willow. So for men here, its sword-like talons are going to be slashing at you, as also its stinger is going to try to pierce you for both of those. So, resolving these here. So roll that twice, and roll that twice. Let's see, that hit let's say it's a 20. I believe that hits. 15, I know misses. I couldn't remember if you had a 19 or a 20. I know you were up there.
20.
So it looks like only one of them hit with their talons, not the stingers, which is actually really good because the stingers are kind of nasty. You can kind of imagine what these 2.5 foot stingers would feel like being penetrated by it.
I was about to say something, but I'll refrain. I feel like every partner Minner's ever had. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Okay, so the sort of like talons from this hell wasp kind of slash at you. It gashes your left forearm, dealing 9 points of slashing damage to you.
Okay.
Does kind of sting a bit, but nothing unusual other than just basically getting your arm sliced open. But that
my armor holds against most of their attacks. That's good to know. Good stuff. Thank you.
All right. Now, Elodia, the one near you, is going to also try to slash at you and sting at you. Getting these both rolled here. Oh, gee. Oh, my God. I am so sorry.
Time to put that
Nat
10
20,
HP to
nat
the test.
20 on each. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, shit. All right.
You sound so happy.
No, I was not expecting a double nat 20 on you. That would have been great against men here, because that would have reduced the damage.
But yeah, give me all the crits because they don't do anything.
Yeah, this was like double on Elodia here. So that's going to be 22 points of piercing damage from the talons and 18 for the stinger. However, I'm going to need you to make... Well, actually, there's a little more than that for the stinger. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. As a stinger, you also take another 18 points of fire damage. And you got a nat 1. Good God. Why does Roll20 want to kill Elodia today?
Take the inspiration.
Holy shit.
Okay. I
'Cause,
can use my inspiration.
All right, yeah. yeah.
There's nothing.
Oh my goodness.
Use my inspiration.
Well, you can only use it once for
Oh,
one
damn,
roll.
that sucks.
All right, well, you're poisoned, and while you're also poisoned this, you are also considered to be paralyzed, which means you're completely incapacitated, so you can't speak, can't move. You're going to fail Dex and Strength. Attacks are going to have advantage on you. And any attack that hits is going to be critical if they're within 5 feet. So, not like it freaking matters because this thing already hit criticals on you. Oh my god. So you just see this wasp just come up. Zzz, slashes at Elodia, catches by surprise, and then this stinger goes right through her abdomen and comes out the lower part of her back like it pierces a kidney. And you see Elodia's body just completely seize up as she stops moving and is barely breathing. So, Elodia, did you subtract your damage?
I am working on it.
That's 36 from that. It's 56. 58 damage, I believe.
We have 18 temporary hit points.
Yep, because I don't believe you got hit last combat.
Yeah.
All right. Last but not least, the one that really actually could have used the crits was the one on Willow here because she has the armor plating of gods. So, Talons and Stinger on Willow. I believe, yeah, that's highest was a 21 against Willow, and I know she's got a few more AC than that. So while it comes close, it's kind of like hitting some of her armor sheeting. Like you feel the impacts from this wasp's talons. You feel the stinger trying to force its way through the gaps in the armor plating, and you're very quick to use your that bone club to just kind of whack the stinger away before it can actually find any give in your armor. But you do manage to thwart it from penetrating and dealing damage to you. So that is going to be the wasp's turn here. Faith, you are up, and Elodia is on deck.
So I'm going to go into a rage and attack the wasp that's right next to me.
Okay.
I am also going to reckless attack the first swing.
Does Faith say anything as she goes in a rage? She has like a rage battle cry.
She just starts screaming.
Like foam coming out the mouth.
I'm sorry I took all the luck, Elodia.
It's okay. I'm still alive.
I mean, she's seen better days, but she's not dead yet.
That's true.
So Faith is raging and attacking with a glaive. What do you have advantage on this, by the way?
Reckless attack.
Reckless. Okay. So, just mark that. I don't really have one for that. All right. Yeah, 30 is definitely going to hit. There's your extra rage damage. Very nice. And glaive pierces in. Sprays of yellow mustard-like substance just kind of sprays your face and slowly works its way down. And I get that extra radiant. Thank you. It is still kicking, though, on the end of your glaive. What would you like to do?
I get advantage on both swings due to reckless attack, right?
Yeah, it's all
Yep.
attacks that you make, but then all attacks against you, will get an advantage. So that's the advantage corner down there. 24 is going to hit, but the 19 also would have hit. So glaive finds true here. With that 8 through the 11, it is still standing. Or rather, flying angrily.
That'll be my turn.
That'll be your turn. All right. Lodia, it's new turn order. You're up, and Menhir, you're on deck.
Well, you did say I'm paralyzed and I can't speak or do anything, right?
That is correct. Let me. You can make. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn, though, to end the paralyzation effect if you succeed. So go ahead and try to make that save. So it's a Constitution. That will end that effect.
And then on my next turn, I can actually do something.
Correct. So right now, that was at the end of your turn. You just fought through the paralysis, but this thing, though it's heavily beat up from Faith, and it's still got fight in it, though, so it's still a threat. But your compatriots are still good. So, Menhir, you are up, and Barth, you are on deck.
Alright, the one next to me is getting a.
Why is Willow down there? That's
I guess I'll do an athletics check against it to try to knock it prone.
Which one? The upper one or the one right, the lower one by you?
What? That was not. I don't know why I did that, but okay. The lower one.
Lower one? Okay.
That was weird. I don't think that rolled properly, but oh well.
A natural one is not going to be enough to stay prone.
Cool, I will smash it.
Just kind of knock it into the pillar, stunning
I
it,
guess-
it falls down.
Hold on. What the hell?
You just like to keep
Damn.
pushing it.
Good God Almighty! No.
It's shuffleboard. Menhir's just got the flat end of the maul. He's just running across the hive, pushing the wasp. Whee! Menhir's finally lost it, everybody.
Yeah.
Critical hit. For what? 35 damage?
No,
Oh wait, no, 33.
Mhm.
Yeah, 33. Okay. Again.
All right. So yeah, you knock it into the pillar. It goes down, just briefly stunned, taking advantage of the situation. You bring the maul down on it, cracking the carapace. You swing again. However, with its
Missed.
wild thrashing, you do miss.
Oh, it didn't do advantage. It should have done advantage.
I'll just roll another one.
Oh well. I blame the not doing advantage to fuck me up, but that's it.
All right. Well, Barth, you are up, and Willow, you are on deck.
All right. Well, we're gonna.
Surrounded by all these disgusting giant larvae.
Yeah.
And it's still not as bad as the first time you met Newt.
I mean, yeah, I'm not suffocating under several atmospheres of pressure, water pressure. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna start hacking through them, attacking that one right in front of me.
Okay. Let's go. Let's see what he's got. 15 is going to hit this. Well, the larvae are big, but they're very fleshy as well. They're not very quick, as you can see how they kind of move. So you easily hit its 13 armor class. And with your Shadow Blade is more than enough to sever this larva in two.
It's gonna move up and attack the next one.
Okay, gotcha. Again, Shadow Blade strikes true, cleaving easily into the larva's body. You're squishing away, through fame and fortune.
And then he's gonna move up into engagement range with this
The
with this one
giant
here.
wasp.
Yeah, and that's gonna be his turn.
All right.
It's just hacking through piles of fucking giant ass grubs.
Yeah, you just hear the high-pitched screams and then the squelching as they squish underneath your booted heels. Now, Willow, you are up, and all the larvae are on deck.
I'm gonna have to burn one of my few remaining good spell slots. Alright, we're gonna play a new song that I haven't gotten to use yet, so as a bonus action, Willow is now gonna call forth the spirits of the dead. I mean, but they're good spirits though, so she'll be doing necrotic damage.
Okay.
Pretty much any attack I do to an enemy within 10
10
feet
feet is
does an
gonna be-
extra 2d8 radiant, and they have their speed reduced by 10 if they're within 10 feet of me.
Okay.
I pray they don't somehow manage to make me drop concentration on this. It's really expensive. And I'm gonna attack the big wasp.
All right. So you swing out with your Holy Avenger. You thrust into this thing's torso, dealing your radiant damage as well as the magically enhanced blade damage here. Let's,
I'll burn first level spell smite.
Okay. Channeling your divine energies through the blade and into the creature. You see a sparkling bit of blue energy go from start at like Willow's upper chest, like by the pectoral muscle, goes down her arm and channels through the blade itself and into this creature as it just kind of shudders as it's racked with more radiant energies. Part of it like kind of pops open a little bit and sprays Barth and Menhir and Willow with some of its innards, but it is still flying and it is still very angry. Going for the newly found hole that you just popped open, you stab through, thrusting in, making more of those sounds as you're hacking more bits and chunks out. It is still moving about, still thrashing in the air, trying to stab at you with its stinger.
And we'll burn that one. I'll burn that last first level spell slot I have.
For 10 more. Still flying, but
For
bare. For
Because the 2d8 was from the spell, and then I'm something on top
yes.
of it.
Okay, so with that extra bit, that will be enough to that it finally just pops. Almost like a kernel of popcorn. You see like the yellowish chunks of meat just kind of fall about everywhere. They're like these yellowish gibs of insect like flesh just rolling around the interior of the hive here.
All right, that's all I can do, and yeah, I'm down to my last handful of spell slots. All the shields are left in the ring. That's it.
All right, larvae are up and wasps are on deck. So, to make things more interesting here. All right. God, so many on parts.
Remember, they're
Disadvantage.
disadvantaged until the first one hits me at least.
Well, we'll see if they can even do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, God damn it. All these clicks. So, no. Okay, and 2 are gonna reroll here for the disadvantage. Only 1 hit you. It had
What was
a
its attack?
it had a 26 and a 23 for its attacks with the disadvantage.
All right, yeah, I can't even parry that. So,
That was, and that was this one right here that did it.
all right, I rolled its damage.
All right. Well, so you're gonna take. Hang on. All right. Wow, you're gonna take. Now prepare yourself, Barth. 3 whole points of piercing damage on that, but I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. This is what got poor Ivy last time.
All right, here we go. Boom.
And you are also paralyzed.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
Use your inspiration. Okay, that would be a good thing considering
There we go.
all the wonderful guests around you.
All right. I'm sure 23 will make
23
it.
will make it. So,
All right. Well,
okay. Well, you also managed to avoid some additional damage as well with that. It's not a save versus half. It's you get hit and you take a lot of extra damage and you're paralyzed. So you managed to avoid all that wonderfulness. This other one here is going to go after Willow. I wish it the best of luck. It will need every ounce of that luck. And natural 1 is not going to be what it needs to hit Willow. So with that, the Wasps will go, and Faith is on deck.
you know, it had luck, just the wrong kind.
Wrong spectrum. Yeah, exactly. Again, odds, Faith, evens. Actually, no, Faith has been pissing it off and doing damage to it, so it's going to focus on Faith. And then it'll try to get Elodia again, since she was an easy meal for it last time. All right, so let's see what it gets here. Slashing first, 26 to hit on Faith, and a 20 for the Stinger. So for the wait, why is that rolling? Okay, so it's going to be 16 points of piercing damage for the talons into your Faith. This is all raw damage, no reduction. Now the Stinger is going to be 6 points of piercing, but I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw, and you get an additional, if it ever. 6 points of fire damage from the Stinger. It's like the Stinger's superheated.
One sec, my cat just shoved my mouse off my desk and is not letting me use my mouse pad. So I'm trying to find some place to use the mouse where it won't mess up.
Use the mouse on the cat.
You know what? I'm using.
obviously.
Okay, that's what I was about to do. There we go.
Worst case, I still got to roll for the ones going after men here, so it'd be minimal slowdown until we can get your save.
He just bit me.
Wow.
Damn, the cat, boy.
Cat's a little feisty today. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that save here, I'm going to do just what I mentioned. Attacks on men here. Let's see. That is going to be miss from the top one stinger. A 24 from the bottom one stinger.
Okay.
And it's also back up in the air. But they both missed with their talons, so it looks like just the bottom one stinger managed to hit you. So that is going to be... Wow. 6 points of piercing and 2 fire, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw just like Faith.
Okay.
And I see Faith's successful Constitution saving throw as she fights away the venom from the sting. As well does Men here. You both resist the paralyzation effects of the poison. With that, they are... that ends their turn. And... Faith, you are up. Elodia, you're on deck as the start of a new turn.
I'm going to reckless attack again and swing at the wasp.
Still foaming at the mouth, raging. Glaive finds its familiar mark in the opening that you've been carving into this thing. Now, let me... okay. Hang on. So that first one is going to actually knock it down.
Well, damn.
Cool. You can move 10 feet north and then attack the one I've been willing on.
Actually, I have reached, so I'm just going to move 5 feet and attack it.
That's even better.
Okay, well, 27 is going to hit. That's going to be for that. That will... Whoop, no, wrong one. There we go. So, yeah. Splitting open the carapace of the tail. Menhir, this is the one that stabbed you, too. So while it's like stingers in you, Faith just stabs right into the back of the tail, and you hear the thing go... and flutters angrily with the wings just...
Awesome.
All right. Does that end Faith's turn?
Yes.
Okay, Elodia, you're up, and Menhir, you are on deck.
One right here.
Okay. So, finding the openings that Menhir and Faith have been making on this thing, your arrow, first one pierces through into it, dealing quite a bit.
Give your extra Colossus Slayer damage for your first one, girl, because it was hurt.
And she also is getting extra damage for it because of favored enemy, too. Okay. It's pretty badly hurt. Doesn't look like it can take another volley like that, but it's still flying up in the air, though it's kind of dipping every now and then. It's like... zzz, 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 and it's angrily still trying to stab poor Menhir. Does that end your turn, Elodia?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, Menhir, you're up, sir. Time for some retaliation. And Barth, you're on deck.
Did I crit that thing? Last turn?
I don't recall which one you may have.
I keep forgetting.
Because it could have been the top one that you hit.
Well, I'm a jackass because I keep forgetting. I don't think it was the top. I think it was that one. But I keep forgetting. If I roll a nat 20, it takes 7 extra damage. I keep forgetting that.
Gotcha.
I think the majority.
Yeah,
of
it
my
had to be
crits
that
have
one.
been-
It had to be that one because the top one's not hurt with that. So I will apply that here retroactively. It is still alive. Still not any better for for its condition, but because that little dot looked like it was on that one. So
All right, here we go.
That's why I thought you may have hit that top one because I saw that bloody dot. I was like, oh no, it's still got max HP. It's still very angrily flying at you.
That's a miss.
Yeah, 12 is not going to be enough to hit its 19 AC. So while it is been cracked open in quite a few places, its angrily thrusting stinger, which has already pierced you once, is just causing too much mayhem for you to get a good clean shot on it. However, that 27 is a completely different story. And that right there is going to be enough to down that.
Sweet.
So
that gives me extra attacks because I killed it.
correct.
Awesome. So the top one now. Let me
Yes.
see. I don't. Okay, I'll do that.
Maul coming down, smashing this thing to the ground. The Maul still carrying that momentum and just flattening it. Its body in between the Maul and the hive. It's like smashing a mustard pack. It just goes flying everywhere, all the insides.
21 hits it
21 does hit it. Does hit its 19 armor class.
for 21 damage.
And it does not like you anymore.
I've done, that's 3 attack. I get 1 more.
Yeah, because 1 was a bonus from killing that other one. Just think about all the bonus attacks, you could be...
The 16
reaping.
hit.
16 does not hit its 19 armor class
Okay.
now. So
All right.
your Maul, like, you swing, and as it's kind of gliding down from its flight, the Maul just kind of grazes the carapace. The impact doesn't reach it, and the Maul just kind of swings off, and you just kind of catch your own momentum with it, just ready for another attack.
All right, that's my turn.
It's your turn. All right, well then, Barth, it is your turn, sir. And Willow, you are on deck.
Time to cleave through some more grubs here. So we're gonna start with this one that actually managed to bite me last time.
Actually, this one was the one that did it.
All right,
The
that
bottom
one, then.
left, the bottom right one, yeah. Well,
Pretty sure the thing's
Hell
dead.
yeah, kill that little bastard.
as it just gets sliced by the Shadow Blade with ease.
Well, and we're gonna carve into the one beside it.
Okay. A 10 is not actually going to be enough to strike it, as it's kind of rolling about in the all the innards of its brethren and the other wasps. It just kind of snakes its way past the blade at the last minute.
Unfortunate. Well, that's gonna be Barth's turn. Just dealing with pest control.
All right, Willow, you are up, and the larvae are on deck.
How badly hurt does that top one look?
That one is not bloodied with that. Its only hit was when Menhir cracked its carapace with his maul.
Alrighty, well, I'm not going to be throwing my weapon at that one then.
Okay then.
I thought I was a little more banged up, like, no, I'm going to hold on to my stuff and deal with these nice 3 little larvas.
So how much damage are you going to try to apply to Gizmo now that you're going to throw your weapon at her instead?
If I step down so she's within 10 feet, a lot more. But let's deal with the grubs first.
Okay. Well, Grubhub is
And then-
ready, so what we got?
Alright, let's do swing, swing, swing.
Okay. Which one are you attacking? Which one are you missing at first?
Oh, I'm starting from the bottom and working up. So,
Okay.
I'll try that bottom one again.
Again, just rolling around in the innards. However, the second time around, you manage to kind of wait an extra like half second before you swing, striking it and popping it, exploding its stringy insides all over the place.
We're going to club the one due south of Barth.
Okay.
So while Willow's trying to make all these attacks, she keeps looking back over her shoulder to make sure Hal's okay, Ivy's okay.
Man, this one fucking grub is fucking super grub.
He's in boss material. He's getting promoted. All right.
Doing all right over there, Hal. I'll free you in a moment.
You know, if I had any artistic ability, I would draw us both miserably failing to murder Super Grub.
All right. Is that end Willow's turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna say close here, so Barth is in my aura.
Okay. With that, the larvae are going to go, and the last wasp will be on deck. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4 on Barth, and 2 are going to try to bite Willow. Let me get the Willows out the way because they're going to need godly rolls to hit Willow.
Super Grub has godly rolls.
I wish that was the case, but he rolled single digits on that attack roll, which is not going to be enough to hit you. Actually, no, wait. He got promoted, so he's got like a plus 16 to hit now. Never mind. No, just kidding. He is missing you entirely with his little like beak just snapping at you. With that, let's get the rest around Barth resolve. That's just 4, but they're at disadvantage. Miss. 2 got to re-roll. All miss.
All right.
So,
Displacement. Never leave home without it.
well, that last wasp is up here, and it is going to slightly move down here just for my sanity's sake, because I keep seeing that damn dot from the top one, and it's throwing me off on it. So it just moves 5 feet towards Menhir, just a little bit lower, and is going to try to sting him and slash at him. Let's get those resolved. First the slashing, then the stabbing. Ooh. Both barely missed. 19s.
Excellent.
So, very nice. Very nice indeed. Well, the wasp has gone. Faith, you are up. Lodi, you're going to be on deck as the new round starts. The Raging of the Faith.
And I realized that I realized that Faith is basically just a sister of battle.
So Faith is going to take another 5 steps forward, stand next to Hal, and swing at the next wasp with reckless attack.
Okay. Well, I mean, it could be worse. She could be, worshiping Slaanesh, but, there's good and bad with that. 29 is going to hit as you attack. Recklessly again.
Listen, I said sister of battle, not Fulgrim.
Oh, shit. All right. Still flying strong. 29 is going to hit. Ooh, that's a good strong. That will... So, again, cracking open the shell with your glaive, coating poor Menhir in the mustard innards, but it is still flying and stabbing at him.
Well, I tried Menhir. That's my turn.
It's fine.
It's every bit helps.
I'm not concerned.
Speaking of concern, Lodia, you are up, and Menhir, you are on deck.
Okay, going for the one next to me here.
Okay. First shot into your favorite enemy. That is, oh god, that is so much damage into that thing. It is barely flying. Like that arrow, like you see the arrow piercing through its shell, Menhir, And then you see another arrow just kind of fly by your head and hit the hive wall there, that little support column.
Sorry, Money. I missed that one.
It's fine. What-
You
Everything's
still
all good, beautiful lady. Just kick ass.
you still had Colossus Slayer on that first shot, though.
Yeah, do extra damage.
Yeah, it's still alive with that fort.
Oh, that's nice. Eight more.
Okay, now
My turn. Cool.
Let's see. Oh, the max on the Colossus there, that will do it in.
Oh, never mind.
Menhir smashes it down just to be sure.
Never mind.
All right. Well, Menhir, yeah, you're up, and Barth, you're on
Awesome.
deck.
Cool. In that case, I will.
You will be moved up a layer here, if I can grab your
Yeah.
token. There you go.
I will kill some. I will kill some grub little fuckers. Does that 23 hit one?
Yeah,
I'm
that
assuming
that
so.
that hits its what was it, 13 AC? Yeah, very easily.
Okay. Does the 12 kill it?
No, it actually enrages it, and then it goes into God mode. No, it splatters.
Okay.
Like you see, like the one eye just kind of pop out and spray all over Barth's shins. 20 is gonna also strike. Which one are you hitting? The one above or below?
One
you?
north.
Above you, okay. And that will also pop it. Like the most disgusting 3-foot long biting zit that you've ever seen. Now, that's going to be on the bottom one. That will also do the same.
Okay.
This is more of the tube of toothpaste effect.
And then the one north of him, I'll hit it too.
Okay.
No, I won't.
Yeah,
Wasn't
it's
in
you-
the cards, Barth.
So you're
I slipped on some goop.
yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that's you're smashing these things, you're popping them, and all this crap is just like creating all this sticky, slippery sludge. And as you step forward, you kind of lose your footing a little bit as your maul goes down, and you just completely miss that larva up there.
Curse you, super grub.
All right. Speaking of which, Barth, it's gonna be your turn, and Willow, you're on deck,
All right, we're gonna attack this one up here.
leaving Super Grub alone. Leaving it for Willow. Fuck that grub.
God damn it.
Oh no, they're all
Grub wants
super
you to attack
grubs. That's the plot twist.
Oh,
Hey, at least you're getting
Alright.
the ones out now.
yeah.
Think about it that way.
I mean, yeah, you know, gambler's fallacy, but yeah. All right. Well,
So you got one more
we'll
attack.
go for the other one.
Okay. How many of these damn things are godlike grubs?
Okay,
that one.
there we go.
Definitely not that one.
That one is very much dead.
That one was the moon of grubs. All right, yeah,
God damn it,
splattering
Moon.
is yeah, it's splattering, going down that chute to the other chambers down below. All right.
Well, it's gonna be Barth's turn.
All right, in that case, Willow, you're up, and the last few grubs are on deck.
Cue the dramatic battle music as Willow squares up against Super Grub.
Oh, that's already been playing. That's been readied.
I believe in the heart of gods.
Splat.
All right, Super Grub, just
That's one super grub. You saw another super grub up here.
You know, I was about ready to throw my weapon at it. Then I saw this pit over here. Then I decided, let's not tempt fate.
You mean the pit that's also being coated with larva intestines as well?
Yeah.
There's no positive outcome if your weapon goes down there. There is none.
All right. There's only one grub left to kill now that that one's dead.
Though if you do fall down, it would be the most extreme game of Chutes and Ladders that you've ever seen.
All right, I'm going to take it. That Holy Avenger goes against that one last grub up there, splittering him. Then Willow comes back down to take aim at the last grub on the wall. Some might call him Halla.
Okay, so
Some might call him Hal-El.
halal. It actually has a much longer name. That the Hal is just short. So, all right. Well, if you're going to try to get Hal out there, much like with poor little Gizmo there, the walls are pretty thick with that regurgitated mulch
got
of
it.
bone and sand.
I got it. I pull out the adamantine maul and go to work. Automatic.
Well,
crits against
you
humanity.
may want to use something a little more delicate, as there's bone and tissue of Hal.
It's okay, Hal. If I hit you, I'm sorry. It'll be all right.
No, I'm in here. Hal's lost his dick once already. I don't think he wants to repeat that experience.
He's lost his what?
You were part of that problem with another character that caused him to.
Oh, I
be
thought he
desperate.
said that in character.
He could have. He would have known. Barth was there as Barth.
For sure, the only people who were no, Elodia was also there. So it was Barth, Willow, and Elodia.
Yep. It's like the
I'm innocent, I wasn't there.
OGs of the group.
I was not there.
You were being mind controlled by a demon skull.
I caused nothing to Hal.
To be fair, it was.
Either way, we probably should pull him down.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So who wants to make a strength athletics check to try to rip him free of the?
I'll do it.
Barth will,
nest.
since he has advantage.
So I think Faith is still raging too.
That's a good point. Barth will, because he's not a crazed berserker at the moment.
What do you
So,
mean? Faith totally wouldn't just rip him off of that, keeping with the momentum, and just yeet him into that hole over there with all the intestines.
26.
26 is going to be more than enough to completely free him from that, from the hive wall, that gummed up wall. And Hal's just kind of rubbing his wrists. Finally, one of you with the sense to get me out of that thing. Gizmo, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Hal. So, he's looking about. Is Esmeralda with you?
Well, considering the pattern we've seen so far, she's probably up on the top floor.
Hal, do you still have... You know what? I'm just going to assume you don't have the detector anymore. I'm going to look around for it.
Okay, make a investigation check.
Yeah, I'm just going to look around for it, right around here.
Yeah, you're kind of like going through all the guts and chunks of insectoid meat. But yeah,
6 seconds casting this.
cleaning your hands, which are filthy up to the elbows from... It's like, you look like a contestant on Double Dare, just like covered in that mustard goo, just going around searching for the flag that you just can't find in the oatmeal.
Barth is equally as covered, but he's somewhat more used to it because fish guts are not as gross, but still pretty gross.
True, but she's literally just like rubbing her body into it, searching for stuff that just, not really finding anything but more guts and parts of fiendish insects.
Yeah, that's true.
And now she's got to clean herself off. But Hal just... No, I don't have the detector. I was lucky I still have my flesh. These things have been stripping their victims almost bare for their disgusting larvae.
Well, time is of the essence.
All right, do y'all do anything else here?
Anybody else want to help me look?
I guess Barth will give himself guidance, and then he'll help you look around for
You know
the.
Willow is just
detector?
going to facepalm for a moment. Hey, Barth, can't you see magic?
That's a good point. Gonna. It's a good point. We're gonna cast detect magic at will. And then I'm gonna.
Sweep around the chamber, maybe find my, beloved sword.
I'm gonna look around for the detector, and I'm gonna look around for anything that's pinging off as magical. Hopefully the bug carcasses don't ping as magical.
No, they don't. But you're not seeing anything magical in this chamber.
Well, it doesn't appear to be anything here, Willow.
Well, then we keep looking.
Yeah, well, we should probably go up to the next floor. That's probably where your other sister is. Your family's complicated.
You have no idea how complicated her family is now.
Yeah.
So, as we start heading up, so Hal, some catching up to do. How are you? Esmeralda treating you good?
I don't think this is the right place, time for this conversation, although we must find Esmeralda. This place has been nothing but trouble since the city was pulled here, and I've seen too many people lose their lives from the denizens of this realm. We need to get out of here sooner than later.
Yeah, kind of aware of that. After I traversed hell trying to save you. Anyway, let's head to the next floor.
Okay, and actually let me...
I'll go first.
Okay, and Menhir climbs up the chute, and he looks up. It is a giant mouth, and he dies now.
Cool. Later, y'all. Have fun.
That's
Happy 4th, everybody. And scene.
Corman here. He will be missed.
No, he won't, dude.
He wakes
Y'all-
up.
y'all don't
It's
even
all
like
the
my
whole campaign was just a dream.
Y'all don't even like my characters.
What makes
Wakes
you
up
what
and
get-
he's in the Temple of Bahamut and Click's standing on top of him again.
He's naked.
Damn it, Click!
Don't
What the
boot my
hell?
snoot while I'm naked. Told you about that shit. Alright, so trying to reveal this layer here, but it's Lake's fighting me. Here we go, and still got some things to kind of reveal here. Alright, so in this next layer of the hive, you see Esmeralda is similarly gummed up to the wall, using, that same regurgitated bile that's formed the rest of their nest. Not only do you see Esmeralda here, but also there are bits of other discarded gear that have accumulated here among the gory effluvia that have been expelled by the wasps from their numerous devoured captives.
Now I'm gonna do something silly real fast.
You gotta dance.
I'm gonna pop Divine Sense again.
Okay. Barth, since your Detect Magic is still active because it's been less than 10 minutes, you do detect some bits of magic here.
Oh, where and what kind?
It is in 4 different spots. A total of 6 separate, like, pinging things. One group of 3 of the things are pinging as, like, they're giving off kind of like necromancy. And I do have to look up some of these just so I make sure I get the right schools of magic here. Oh, well, screw you, Beyond. Come on, let me type. I hate when you type and it just like deletes what you type. It's like, come on. Don't fight me on this. Let's see, that would be divination. 2 of them are divination. Out of the 6, 3 are necromancy out of the 6. And the last one... might be conjuration. I just gotta... This one I gotta really see here. It'd be actually closer to alteration. And you see Hal and Gizmo like looking at Esmeralda and like, hey, hey, and they're kind of rushing over towards her and trying to free her.
And where is the magic
And-
pinging? Is it like in the obvious piles of
D-
equipment, or is it like in the walls, or?
Some of them in the regurgitated gore. One of them looks like it's in some of the discarded piles of equipment. Doesn't like have a lot of biomatter to it, but the other ones definitely have biomatter to it. The alteration and the alteration, one of the divinations, and all three of the necromantic ones all are part of biomatter. Only one of the divinations are not in any bits of gore.
Oh, there's a lot of. Well, there's good news. There's a lot of magical stuff in this room. Bad news is it's a lot in the. Well.
And Hal's
So-
gonna look over towards you. That's great and all, but can you give us a hand here? We need to get her free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I detecting any fiends coming like from this direction?
Ah, yeah, you did. Wow. No, there's no fiendish presence coming from that direction.
You're not entirely sure that your divine sense is working completely correctly, but as far as you can tell, there's not any.
Well, well, well. So we've learned to alter our magical auras, have we? Fool me once. Sadly, Willow does not know anything about Arcana. So, all right, let's help get this off the wall.
All right, I guess we're gonna pull her free as well,
Okay.
and hope that she doesn't try to kill us afterwards. 27.
You've snapped the dried, regurgitated bone bile that's been holding her mostly cocooned form up off the walls. And as you do, you see Hal just kind of catch her a bit and very carefully kind of hold her, and just like you see him just kind of cradle her head like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And she just kind of nods, and she looks over towards you, Willow, just a little sharp glare, and she looks over to Barth and, "Thank you." And
Oh yeah, they fucking.
well,
Let's take a quick medicine check. Make sure you don't have any grubs inside you, sis. Other than your heart.
all right, go ahead and make a medicine check. Well, at first you think she actually may have a grub inside of her, except that when you a closer inspection, you realize no, it's not a grub. She's just a couple months pregnant.
Like I said, they fucking.
This is completely unnatural for the moment, but Willow lets out a loud squee. Followed by a cough like, yeah, all right, let's, you're right, Hal. Let's get out of here.
Well, before that happens, Barth's gonna go around and collect the,
All the stuff.
yeah.
Okay, so the stuff that you're collecting here is Lady Esmeralda's just kind of getting her berries, calming Hal down a bit, and Gizmo's just kind of happy to see her and that everything's okay. And even as you're kind of giving her her little medical check, she just kind of she gives you this kind of like grin that she always had, you know, that little, I wouldn't say a shit-eating grin, but just that little smirk. But you see the way that she kind of looks towards Hal. It's not a look that you've seen her give somebody else before. You're not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But
I'm sure it's both.
she does address the lot of you, and thank you. I'm sure we would all be food for those things. And she kind of gently holds her slightly ballooned out stomach. And she just kind of, cradles it, and we should be getting back to the others. They're not protected. Now, Barth, the items that you're kind of going through, 3 of them are very familiar to you, as the ones that have the necromancy are 3 soul coins. And they're just in this, like, very large sack that you found.
Yeah.
Another one seems to be a very plain, like, almost like a open-faced Roman-style golden helmet. It has no other markings on it. This one had divination upon it. That's what you were kind of reading off of it. The other one that had divination was the other tracking device. However, the last bit that had the alteration, as you kind of go through the bits and gore and viscera, it's very well kind of deep inside of this. But you pull out, it's like almost stuck from it. You actually have to put a lot of your back into it to rip it free from some of the nest. It's this large kind of, it's almost like a copper bronze colored etched belt. The centerpiece of it is much wider in the front than it is on the sides. And you've seen belts of this style before when, like, Senosha won, like, some of her, championships at the, fighting arenas and such.
Yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what that probably is. But all right, well, we'll put it all in his. He'll put it all in his sack, and then we'll for identification later.
Okay.
Yeah, we should probably make our way out of here.
Barth, I don't think that's quite a good idea. I mean, those coins kind of weigh down on a person.
Oh, right. I already have 2. So he'll probably just leave the coins.
Wait, man here,
no.
how many coins do you have? Or Faith?
How many soul coins does Minner have?
Yep.
0.
Oh, well, then he'll give-
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you are now the proud father of 3 soul coins.
Nope, I ain't
You
carrying.
won sorrow and suffering.
I'm not carrying anybody's souls in the freaking coin form. Sorry to tell you, it ain't happening.
Please just hold on to them for a little bit. I've almost perfected magics to free the souls inside. I just need a little more time.
Besides, we might need to make some more purchases sometime later. Maybe.
Who all has these damn coins anyway?
Willow's got 2.
You knew Nyx
Barth has
had
to-
like over 70 of them.
Well, I know poor Nix's dumbass had a whole shitload. Yeah, I know.
I have 2 as well.
I think I have 1 still.
Fine, I'll carry the damn things. Freaking souls of the damned in coin form. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, we could probably just leave them at the the place where we were. I'm fucking blanking, but whatever. We should probably make our way out of here before something else finds us and tries to eat us.
And Esmeralda will go, I agree, that is a very sound plan. There's way too many fiends in this area for my liking, and, well, there's a whole slew of other nasty creatures in the remains of Aurora.
I am known for my sound plans of not being in giant fucking demon wasp hives. All right, so if anyone else wants to do anything before we leave, I guess we're leaving. We're gonna try to make our way back down.
Okay. Climbing down while inside the nest isn't too much of an ordeal, but you still have getting down from the bottom of the nest down 100 feet to the hellscape of Avernus.
Simple. I'll lower people down with a rope. It'll be easy.
I still have Nyx's broom. We're going to be running a shuttle service.
Yeah. And I can still fly.
Okay, so taking the time to shuttle people down safely. It takes a few minutes to shuttle everybody. And throughout the hellscape, you can see more of these hives, and you see more of the hell wasps just kind of buzzing around. Some of them have like 24 these wasps per nest just kind of flying about. Doesn't give you any good memories of what you just experienced here, and if anything, what you saw inside is probably not the full hive.
And we'll never see the full hive ever again.
Hopefully.
Well, you say that, but how are you getting back to the warehouse from your current position safely? How do you plan on doing this endeavor?
Hey, Esmeralda.
Yes, Willow.
Would it be safer to get to the Nymph's rest up, and then head back?
Well, Nymph's Rest is a little bit of a ways than the warehouse, and if we're going to the Nymph's Rest, I would rather take all the other survivors to the Nymph's Rest where they can at least be somewhat safe than out in the open where there'd be targets for the fiends and undead that still roam this area. Now, I know you're all one for thinking about yourself growing up, but there's more at stake here, Willow, than just you surviving. There are others who depend on us to live.
Willow's gonna look surprised for a moment. That's the most selfless thing I've ever heard you say ever.
Barth leans over to Willow and whispers, I thought you said she was the evil one.
She is. And you're right, though. We do have things that are counting on us.
Yeah, I mean, she can't rule a company and be a leader without any subjects. So, I mean, she sure as hell ain't gonna farm the fields. So yeah, it's in her best interest to make sure as many people get saved as possible.
All right, Ivy, we're gonna have to make one more dangerous travel. Well, two technically. Need you to be brave for me.
Okay, all right, sis. And Esmeralda will just kind of raise an eyebrow at that. Sis?
It's complicated. There's a lot of Fey fuckery involved. In multiple meanings of the word.
You have no idea, considering the family that's involved with that. They don't have a family tree. Yeah, that family that Willow's now technically a part of is more like a family wreath. So,
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah, I got adopted after you virtually kicked me out of the family, so we can talk about this later.
well, it's going to be a walk back, so don't see why we can't have little discussions now unless you want to keep such secrets from, well, your former sister, or I don't even know what you would do, I'd even be considered to you anymore, Willow. You certainly never acted like a Tolson. You never had the drive, the passion needed to succeed.
Lady, we just saved your ass, so why don't you shut the fuck up? How about that? And Minner walks away from her. You don't like her attitude.
Gives-
Show some gratitude, lady. She just risked her ass to save you.
And
That ain't
Gizmo,
sister.
this
I
this
don't know
little
what the fuck
gnome
that is.
will chirp up. Hey, you, Biggin, you shut the hell up. She risked her life, her unborn child, to help save people in this city. What have you risked other than, oh, your manly ego? What, you trying to get rich for adventure? Maybe swoon a pretty lady or two? What's your real deal here? We're fighting
Faith
for
is going-
lives.
Faith is going to point her glaive at them. You do know that we came here to save all of you, and at that, we were sent here by Newt. We are here to help you all. Now you back off, child.
Who the hell are you calling? Where's my fucking gun? And she's like, damn it!
PvP. PvP was aptly named. I'm fitting to kill your sister and her party, dude. It's gonna be great.
Everybody, please calm down.
It's also getting a little loud, too.
Yes, coming blows in the middle of the plains of Avernus is maybe not the best situation for all of us.
And Hal's gonna. I agree with that. This conversation should be best taken when we're more in a more secure and safe location where we might not be smited at just about every possible location around us. So if we can all just keep our heads and just make it back to the warehouse, we can think about the next steps in our journey and deal with this as adults. And he just kind of tries to calm Esmeralda down, and Gizmo's looking about. So, Green on. What a striker. I swear if you broke his heart.
Well,
No, he.
Well, we got separated from. I'm sure you remember our other companion, the half orc Senosha. Yes. Well, when
I
we
remember her. Where is she?
yes, about that. When we got sent into the beast. When we ended up in the Beastlands and then the Feywild, we got separated from her, and knowing how dangerous the place where we were coming to is, I made a request of Remy to see if he could find her.
Make a deception check.
'23.
He was always expert tracker. Not many could hide from him for very long. Well, he'll find her, and she's alive. He'll bring her safe. I would have liked to have said hi to him. It's been a while since our group were once together, and the old days of adventure, you know. Simpler times.
Simpler times that we're all not going to be able to relive if we don't be real quiet. Elodia, can you cast a spell to make us quiet, and let's get going?
Does Elodia have any more castings of that?
If she doesn't, I know Men here does. Maybe not. I mean, it's been about 4 sessions. That's a long rest. I don't know what we all have left.
I haven't used my natural ability. I'll use it. She could use the spell slot for something else. Maybe.
All right, make your stealth checks. Need to roll this as well. Ho! Ivy with the nat 20.
$16. I guess that's not terrible. I mean, it could be
Mine's
worse.
20, 22 because it doesn't add the plus 10.
Right.
As we're walking, Barth leans over to Willow and whispers, "You're welcome."
It's only gonna make it worse when she finds out the truth, because he's coming this way.
Yeah, well, that's a situation that we can deal with when it comes up. When we're not in the middle of the Hell Plains.
Bunch of liars and ungrateful motherfuckers all around here.
Wow.
Hey, I mean here it's called diplomacy.
Well, so making some checks here. You do. Some of you, Elodia, Barth, and Faith, you do kind of notice some shadows and things kind of moving between some of the ruins of the city. You don't know if they've noticed you, but they don't seem to advance towards you. They're still staying within the far off shadows, moving between some of the rubble. Some of them, you get maybe just like a half-second glance of some movement, and then it's just nothing. Others, you might hear the faintest sound of like a pebble or something move in the distance, and as you look, you just see the winds of Avernus just blow across some of the tops of these large hill-like rocks that surround some of the pathing of the broken city. But you do eventually make it back to the familiar street that's kind of broken up, leading to the alleyway where you took to get into the warehouse itself. You hear the kind of familiar clops of Erin, who makes her way out through one of the alleyways, and oh, thank gods. You found Lady Esmeralda. I knew I sensed something with the Fey presence. I was hoping it was you. And she's kind of looking about. We must hurry inside. It's not safe out here.
So don't worry. Barth Brightwood always delivers.
Right. And she leads you back through the alleys to the familiar door that you were at, and she just kind of quickly bangs on it 3 times, and you see the door kind of peek open, and again you see the curious little dwarf Lucal with the bright hair, with the half-shaved long pink hair with the brown eyes and the golden skin, just kind of open the door and quickly lets everybody in, as a few of the townsfolk that are in there just kind of aiming with like crossbows with shaky hands. So as you all are brought into the warehouse here, you see Gordo still in there. Gordo still in there, healthy as can be. Gizmo is going to politely ask, if you don't mind, I would like my devices returned to me. I saw you take the one from Esmeralda's, and I heard the other that you had, which I assume that you used to locate us.
Ah, right. And he'll hand over the Hal and the Esmeralda tracker.
Willow is not giving up the Remy one.
I'll give up the ones that I took that I put in the bag.
So you just like, and she just kind of glares at you like, I wonder how much of my other things might have been borrowed in such a manner. Well, you, angry one. And she's kind of pointing towards Faith, the glaive. You, accompany me back to, my shop here. Wish, to discuss something with you.
All right.
She just kind of polishes some of her goggles and snaps them up above the little hat that she wears. If you'll excuse me, my lady, I must return to my shop briefly. I'll return here as soon as I am done returning my wares. And she just kind of glares at the group and goes off with Faith over there. So while she's going up with Faith with that, what are the rest of you doing?
Willow is going to grab Hal, pull him to the side for a moment, and then put the ring in his hands. Look, I know you guys don't believe it, but take care of Big Sis for me, okay?
Thank you, Willow. I try my very best. And he just kind of looks over towards Esmeralda and back at you, and she means more to me than you could possibly imagine. And he also kind of looks at her with a look that you haven't really seen him give somebody else before. It's more of an endearing look.
Poor heartbroken Willow just kind of smiles. Yeah, I do understand. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to use my workbench and clean up a little bit.
I understand. And he just kind of pats you on the shoulder a couple times and goes over kind of checking on Esmeralda and some of the other people there, just kind of getting a heads up, as helping her just kind of sit down, and as she's being kept up to date with some of the things that have been going on in her absence.
So here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have anyone who has Identify that's not dead?
Well,
I mean,
as your current divine arcane spellcaster now. We're just going to have to hold on to them until we get somebody back alive.
Yep. All right. Well,
I mean, outside the party, there's at least two spellcasters you're aware. One of them very, very talented with matters of the arcane, and the other one talented in other ways of the arcane, as casting Gaius on Centaurus.
Yeah, gonna be fixing that when I get a chance, but yeah, you could ask Gizmo.
Right, I guess I'll go do that. Hopefully she doesn't ask too many questions about some things. And he's gonna go
Go up
off
there.
on his way to find Gizmo.
All right. Well, I mean, you know where her lab's, and you've been in there before. So so going on to Faith and Gizmo here, as they've already been walking up to the second story chamber that she was using as her kind of private workshop. She has many things that are covered under blankets and little white tarps. Some of which you can see like protruding metal bits here and there that some of them look like they're like not finished or partially uncovered armor pieces that have like various gears and other mechanical workings to them. And she goes over to the wall that you saw that had all these little trackers, and she starts kind of putting them up. And as she's doing so, I wanted to say thanks again about coming to find us and saving Esmeralda and her child as well as Hal and myself. I know they have their own personalities, but I guess what I'm saying is here. And she kind of like opens up a drawer and starts kind of shuffling around. You hear metallic things like wrenches and, you know, other metal clasps and things just kind of drag inside of it. And no. Where is it? And she pulls out this like little, it's almost like a copper wand with a faint purplish crystal attached to the end of it. Not much larger than like an egg. Yes. And she kind of looks you over. You know, you did a good job of protecting us and freeing us. Well, I guess you can find Lily a good home. And she pulls out something else. She kind of palms it in her hand for a moment, almost like kind of doubting herself or maybe having second thoughts, and then kind of just shaking her head like, yeah. And she walks over to you and she places that copper wand in your hand, and something else that has like a little chain on it. It feels like almost like a medallion or some kind of talisman. Does Faith say anything, Celica?
Sorry, I got bit by my cat, and I had to deal with him. What's going on?
You just got handed a wand and some sort of talisman by Gizmo.
She's going to give a small, courteous bow and take them from her. So, what do these do?
Well, the wand there is it fires out focused energies, force energies at targets of your choosing. The common folk call it magic missiles. I never quite like that word for it, but it is yours. Amulet, though. That there is for Lily. And she goes over to one of the tarps that y'all never like, because none of y'all went and peeked under any of her other stuff that she was working on. And she removes this tarp, and you see this kind of like suit of armor that has this giant shield about like 4.5 feet tall. That talisman there will allow Lily to respond to your commands. She is what some mages refer to as a shield guardian, and that is her control amulet. And since you are going to be her new master, that is yours now. And she just kind of pets the top of the metallic helmet on the giant. Like, this thing is probably...
Dope. She just gave you a shield guardian. What the fuck? That's
So,
badass.
actually, this is super exciting for me because I shit you not, when I was first making Faith, I was looking at that or under magical items. I was like, I want this.
That is dope, dude. A shield guardian is a potent fucking thing.
And she just kind of whispers, like she's talking to the shield guardian. She's kind of caressing the helmet. Don't worry. She'll take good care of you, Lethal Lily. And she just kind of kisses it. And so you will have to attune to the amulet. But once you do, if this will let me link this here, I'm just going to try to DM this if I can actually. I don't want to mention, I want to actually talk to you. I think that'll work. There we go. So. All the same stat and info there. So.
Alright. Well, I really want to attune to this.
Okay, so while
Does anyone else want this?
I don't have any free attunement slots, so
Can you cast spells? Faith?
Hmm?
Can Faith cast spells?
No. So, actually, there is a great TLDR. I also have a ring of spell storage that has spells on it. I could treat this the same way that I was treating that and just have random spells.
Well, I guess technically you could use this ring of spell storing to store a spell on the shield guardian.
yeah, and it gets around the no spells while you're berserking because the spell is cast by the shield guardian.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do a lot of thinking on this because I can have a lot of fun with this.
all right, so while Faith is dealing with that, Barth, you come into the room, and Gizmo just kind of looks back towards you at the doorway to her little workshop there. Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I was wondering if you could identify a few things for me. The member of our group who would normally do that is currently dead at the moment, and I'd rather not bother Esmeralda at the moment.
Okay, what is it you want me to take a look at then?
Until pass over the helmet and the belt.
Okay. I'm gonna try to. Oh, come on. try to give you direct links to these so that you can share what you would like to share with the group at your leisure. Okay, so she takes a look at the helm. And this is what she tells you about the helm. And this is what she tells you about the belt.
Ah, well, yeah, the belt was what I thought.
I mean, it could have been a
cloud.
could have been a girdle of masculinity, femininity. Then Barth could have been Barthena.
That's why I didn't just put it on. You know, despite the fact that I had some strong suspicions.
Well, yeah, that's why you give it to men here, so that he can have a life-changing experience.
You know, as entertaining as that would be.
Or
Yeah,
Willow.
All right. Well, yeah. The
First male
20
dryad.
the 27 strength is pretty nice. And then the
Yeah.
other one.
I'd
Yeah.
like that too.
Yeah. Well,
You know, the barbarian would love this also.
Yeah. That's good for a bunch of people.
Is this where the PvP comes into play to see who gets that?
And then the other one is it's a Helm of Telepathy. It allows me to become my Friday character.
Not sure what that is.
My Friday character has an amulet of thoughts.
So he's Charles Xavier.
Yeah, kinda.
Okay.
So it's that, except it doesn't have charges. As much as I would like that, I can't. I only have one attunement slot available for the belt that I have been trying to get for a long time. Yeah. All right. Well.
I mean, if you don't want it and nobody else wants it, I mean, you can always just sell it or just leave it in a back alley somewhere.
Yeah. Well, we'll find. I'm sure we'll find some use for a mind reading helmet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Gizmo. If there's anything I can do for you, just
I wish you would have been here when the city fell. We had some plans for the city's defenses for when that day came, and we weren't ready for what the Blood God's army did to the city. Those dimensional anchors, those chains, tore the city apart. Never got to even use my greatest weapon. See, I converted one of the smokestacks from her Lady Esmeralda's family's weapon factory into the greatest weapon of all. That would have did a number on that creature the Blood God used to help sunder a lot of the civilians. Kali called it. Looked more like a titan with a dozen arms, floating. Never seen anything like it before. Well, you have your items there, and my thanks. Just let me know when you're ready to head out. You'll need me to show you where the Nymph's Rest is. We need to get these people there safely and quickly, though. We've already drawn too much attention to this location.
Yes, I will go check with the others and see what preparations we need to make. I'll leave you two to whatever you are doing, and he'll head out.
I think we're done here as well. And my thanks again. If only Stryker was here, it'd be so much help. And she just goes to like some of her blueprints and she kind of looks over them and just shakes her head.
Well, with the Shield Guardian and such, Faith will follow with Barth.
Okay.
We'll
Now
be
it's
here
still
to-
inactive right now until you attune, but
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at my attunement items for a moment to figure out what to unattune. I have an idea, though.
okay.
That idea might be the Ring of the Ram.
Well, you have an hour to think about that, in game as you swap the attunements out, but then Barth also has, information if he wants to share with the group of the ill-gotten gains. Because not everybody in character is aware of what has been uncovered about those items.
Yeah. He'll go around. Any of you want to read minds?
Interesting way of proposing that. Nobody's responding to that question either. Maybe you should use that helmet to see who wants that helmet.
That's a good point. That's good. It's a good idea.
Willow is face down, barely awake at her desk.
Is there like a
Well,
little
I guess
snot
we'll,
bubble just like going by one nostril, just like, just pulsating in and out as she just wheezes passed out?
Well, I guess that's no for now.
Anybody else voice their opinions? Menhir, Melodia, Faith?
Not particularly interested in that.
I do not have the achievement slots for it. Quick question: what is the item that allows me to use the Shield Guardian called?
It's basically just referred to as a Master's Amulet, but that's all it is. It's just a little talisman that you wear. And there's only one of its kind linked to it. So, if that amulet gets destroyed, then it's going to have to be rebuilt again and relinked to the Lethal Lily. But
Alright.
it has all the properties listed for that. I will try to link you another thing here. Let me just copy the link address. So you have something, quick on hand with it. Yes, I'm going to message you with this. So that's also in the Shield Guardians info, but that's a separate little page with just the amulet on there.
Alright. Wait, is this an attunement item?
This one is.
Alright. I'll just have to remember that I have my third achievement slot taken up then. Holy shit, I just realized something. How long did it take us to go from the hive to here? Very important question.
With y'all moving silently with that, probably about 80 minutes.
Cool. Well, that's 8 HP I regenerated because I forgot I have a ring of regeneration.
There you go.
And since it'll... yeah, I'm actually going to be fully healed for once. Wow. I like this ring. I forgot about that.
It's also great if you get, body parts cleaved off. You can slowly heal with that. It's also useful if, fiends want to torture somebody slowly over millennia, which happened in a previous campaign. I'm sure Comey remembers Eshelith.
Yep.
Basically,
Yeah, I just read-
it was a succubus that fiends transmuted her bones into silver, placed a ring of regeneration on her, and basically trapped her inside of a gelatinous cube. So she was constantly having her flesh and organs eaten every second of every day for millennia. As the ring would always regenerate, but it wouldn't eat away the silver or the ring itself. But everything else would be digested.
That sounds painful.
Oh, they were pissed at Eshelith for, well, I wouldn't say good reason, but she did kind of, turned her way back from evil, so they didn't like that.
And I just realized that the Helm of Telepathy is a uncommon item as well, and it's just a significantly better version of the Medallion of Thoughts. Well,
X-Men, assemble!
see, the Medallion of Thoughts, you can only fucking detect thoughts, and you only have 3 charges that recharge at 1d3 at a rate of 1d3 at dawn. Whereas the fucking Helmet of Telepathy is just like, yeah, is you can just you have unlimited uses of fucking detect thoughts, and you can suggestion them once per dawn. So it's just like, wow, and they're the same rarity. So it's just an objectively better version.
Correct. And it's also pretty spiffy, too. So while Willow is resting, passed out on her workbench, what is Lodia Minhir doing? Faith is thinking about all the stuff that she has and the stuff that she will be having very soon. And Barth is trying to see who would want this nice shiny gold helmet.
And there'd be taking care of Gordo, making sure he's all right.
Yeah, he seems fine. He's and still in good health, though he's a little kind of nervous being kind of cooped up in the warehouse. And he's not doing much for aiding in the smells, but then this whole plane is nothing but bad, rancid, the nice acrid sulfur smells. So, you got one type of smell as soon as you open the door, and then you're kind of hit with another pungent smell as soon as you get inside the warehouse now. Elephant foot and ass smell is not a smell you forget.
Well, shit, give him a bath then. Fuck. That'll take a while. Elephant's pretty big.
Barth's gonna be attuning to the Belt of Cloud Giant Strength.
So he adorns the the large copper girdle belt around him. Yeah, and that will pump your strength up to 27. Well, it really just doesn't pump it up to it. It sets it to 27.
Yeah.
Though, but you do feel very strong now. Feel good.
I'd like to point out that that increased my strength by 10 points.
Yeah, but you're a warlock, and Shadowblade uses charisma, don't it?
No, you just strength.
Yeah. I'm also a fighter, mainly.
Yeah, he uses a lot of the
Yeah. Okay.
tactics.
However you want. It's cool. Enjoy your new belt, dude.
I mean, you do have that vicious maul that allows you to attack 20
Yeah.
fucking times.
No, that doesn't have the maul. Doesn't let me attack nothing. It does 7 extra points of damage if I do a natural 20. My attack a bunch of times is because I'm only a fighter of high level. With a feat I chose that lets me attack 1 extra time if I roll a crit or kill something.
Well, his
So-
crit range, your crit range is also lowered too.
Yeah, because of the type of fighter I chose.
Correct.
That's exactly right. And it's cool. And enjoy your belt, man.
And so Barth shall, is he is going to wear it and is going to probably pick a fight with the nearest demonic entity just so he can test it out. And then once he, gets myrtleated, then men here will come whistling up and just slowly pick up the belt. And then just
Nope,
walk away.
don't want the belt. Even though, I mean, it's cool.
It's the
It's
first
cool that-
one.
It's cool that you take the belt. That's perfectly fine. But the rationale behind it, don't hide behind you wanted the belt forever, because I wanted the belt for 2 campaigns. So that can't be the reason. The reason is you're not going to tell nobody what the belt does, and you're going to keep it for yourself. Which, hey, if Bart is willing to do that, then Bart can do that.
Well, to be fair, the belt was on an item wish list of his.
Yeah, well, Minner had an item wish list too that had a belt.
I know
on it
everybody does.
2 campaigns ago.
And well, this campaign, everybody kind of has little items and things that they've mentioned, and I've been listening.
It's fine. I'm not important anyway. Barth is a more important character than Minner anyhow. Minner is the least important character in the group. He's the tiny cog in this machine. That's fine.
Moving on. So, with the helmet still kind of up for grabs, Celica, have you figured out what Faith is going to unattune and attune?
Yes, I unattuned my Ring of the Ram and I attuned to the Shield
Okay,
Guardian.
so you're doing with the Ring of Ram. Okay. All right. Well, you are taking a short rest here to at least attune right now and heal up. So if you want to use any remaining hit dice to heal, you may do so.
I am fully healed from just my ring.
I didn't even break my temp HP.
I know Lodia's got some damage, but all right. So an hour passes, and Willow, you are woken up by, feels like somebody nudging you.
Are we going out now?
That's what I've come to ask you, actually, is when are we going to discuss getting these people over to the Nymph's Rest safely? And you see it's Esmeralda who's woken you up.
Well, no time like the present. I gotta tell you, it's been a long day and the divine magics are pretty low. But don't worry, we'll get them all there.
I hope so. Do you have anything at your disposal to help conceal our movements? There's quite a number of survivors here, and the safer we can make them, the safer we can get them over there without alerting too many of the creatures around here.
Well, we can make them, some of them were tightly clustered, quiet. Is this the part where you want me to go make a distraction?
I can make 2 of them invisible.
So, Willow, why are you so anxious to get to the Nymph's Rest? Aaron was telling me you had great interest in going there. You had no holdings there, even as your former self.
Yeah, you made me sign everything away.
Right,
Glad
which
you
makes
remember.
me curious why you want to be there so adamantly.
Because I'm on a mission from a god, and hopefully, this fixes it. That, and I need to retrieve some stuff from the Nymph's Rest.
What do you need to retrieve from there? The place has seen better days.
Well, the good news is I think I figured out who was killing our siblings.
Really?
The bad news is I'm gonna have to deal with the nemesis. So I'm hoping I can find information on how they're created and find a way to, stop them.
Good luck with that.
Question. Is Barth close enough by to overhear this conversation?
Make a perception check. And what about this mission, and from which god? Rarely do divine beings ever, be so generous as to just help others than themselves.
I was gonna rub her eyes, kind of sit up. Well, remember when I said somebody adopted me after, you kind of let me go?
And yes, Barth, you can make out some of the conversation.
Alright.
And what of it? Who adopted you?
The Archfey Newt. The one who turned me into a, she kind of looks at herself.
Well, I know she was responsible for your new... the new you. But adopted you? She must be crazier or more desperate than I could ever imagined.
Oh, she definitely is. Crazy, at least. I'm not entirely sure about the desperate. Probably, though.
Well, if she wanted Aerie, then... well, I guess beggars can't be choosers. You've managed to stay alive here in Hell, so at least there must be some backing to her desire to adopt you. But it is what it is, I suppose. What is her mission in the Nymph's Rest, then?
You know, you're asking an awful lot of very pointed questions, sis.
Well, considering the climate that we're in, and here you are coming out of nowhere with very strong desires to find a place that we have gone to great lengths to hide from such evils. We kind of want to know why certain interests are into this place, considering that these divine beings did nothing to help save it, nor the people around it. I harbor no love for them, especially when they take no action to save people in need. You weren't there the day that the Blood God came. Him, his armies that poured from the darkness of the sewers, hungry undead, dragging people into the darkness. The great beast that came out of the bay. The great Kali. Not even the Archmagister's magic slowed it down. We weren't prepared for such an attack. Took him 10 minutes to summon the great chains that tore the city asunder and to this hell. It's where we lost the greatest of numbers, as we're not sure how many people even survived the transition to this plane. I still hear the screaming of many, screaming for help that we could not. So please, sister, or Willow, do lecture me on trusting gods and putting my faith into others who do not help those that truly need it.
Well, I'm not asking you to put your faith in them. I'm asking you to put your faith in your sister for once. I don't quite understand what is to happen, but I've got a feeling. That if we can get her to that tree, we all just might make it out of this.
Her. And she's looking over your group. Looks at Faith. Looks at Elodia.
The
Your
other
new
green-
sister?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Dryads and their trees. Well, if Erin didn't smite you, or your newfound family, she must have trusted you enough to bring you here. So I do not see immediate harm of letting you get over to the Nymph's Rest, especially if you can help get the rest of these people over there.
Well, we best make it quick.
There's something else that probably bears mention. I'm sure you're aware of General Kale.
You mean the former leader of Holland's military?
Yeah, the very same. Well, as you may or may not know, I'm not quite sure. He's found a new patron, a rather unpleasant one. And apparently there's some bit of information in the Nymph's Rest that will allow him to summon her. It would be best to try to prevent that from happening as well. The man is, well, he has rather twisted aims at this point.
You don't need to sugarcoat it. He's batshit crazy. I think too much time in that tin can that he calls his armor has finally corrupted what little bit of humanity and sanity he had, but the stories that I've heard of his campaigns are quite gruesome, and I question just how much humanity he actually ever had. From a military standpoint, I see why Holland was impressed by his endeavors, but on a moral standpoint, he was a monster that probably should have been put down long ago. You can't control beings like that.
Yeah, so now he has a host of dragons at his back. It is rather concerning.
Well, that definitely is troublesome. But if he wants the Nymph's Rest, he's going to have to come through us to get it, as well as the Blood God, unless he is also working for him. But as far as I know,
I don't believe it. I don't believe the.
Tiamat doesn't play with others very well.
No, that's not what I would think either.
And then Willow's also mentioned the Nemesis.
Let me take a look. And she's going to pull out the tracker on Remy.
And you still see the dot getting closer and closer. It's been moving at a steady pace on the little tracker.
Right. Well, you know, since I'm probably going to die horribly, you know, trying to avenge the family, come here. Give me a hug.
She kind of reels her head back and raises her eyebrow.
It's likely the last time you'll ever have to deal with me, so come on. I promise I'll even get in a few licks for you.
She seems very visibly confused, but she does approach you, and I don't understand, Willow. I've never really been... You know I've never been comfortable with these kind of things. Never been a hug kind of person.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to learn for your child's sake. You can start now.
she very awkwardly, slowly kind of reaches out and okay. And it is, for anybody watching, it is probably one of the most awkward looking hugs you've ever seen. Like, she just slowly, kind of very gingerly, like, brings her arms around and kind of just barely pats Willow on the back as she hugs her.
Right, you're gonna need some practice on that. All right, I can cross that one off the bucket list.
So, what is the plan?
How many people do we have to get out of here?
By a rough count, without including, like the Mount, or some of the other, the named NPCs that you're aware of here, about 20 people, plus the rest of them. So, including yourselves, maybe about 31, 32 total, and Gordo.
I think we can fit them into 2 Pass Without Traces. Do our best to get as far as we can silently, and when that fails, put up one hell of a distraction.
And Ivy's just, I can cast without pass without trace. I can help.
All right, so what we can do is have Elodia and Ivy help out in the middle of the group, because I want to say it's 30-foot radius.
Yeah.
That is correct. Well, yeah, any creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including yourself.
Yeah, I think we go as quietly as we can, and then have a group ready to go make a distraction if for some reason it looks like we've been had. And can't, kill it real fast, real quiet like. If anybody's got a better idea, I mean, I'm all up for whatever.
Faith, Elodia, Menhir, Barth.
I have no opinion of it.
I mean,
Menhir's
Like
not
I
a
said.
stealth guy.
I can turn 2 of them invisible. That's about all I can do.
I can't really.
I
do this
I
stuff,
only
so-
have one trick, and that's crushing shit's heads, and I
Well, it's a good fallback option.
don't even do that.
Well-
Don't even do that the best.
Well, you have the invisibility, maybe on Gordo.
Yeah, let's slaughter
not a-
Gordo
not a-
and cut him up in the steaks and feed all the people with his dead body. That's another huge mistake I made. Who needs a giant elephant to always ruin stealth anyway?
Rick, stop it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think Stealth and Gordo getting some people on him.
Because while Pass Without Trace does help conceal your movement, it doesn't conceal you. So, something that is as large as an elephant is still going to be able to be seen over, you know, out in more open areas.
Does anybody have an iron flask? That would be highly useful. I mean, I might need to ask a shopkeep for one of those where I could just put Gordo in the fucking flask when I'm not using him.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. It'd be like
It'd be badass to do that.
like that
shit, dude.
amulet from the first season of Crit Roll, where they
Yep.
had the little bear.
Get like the iron flask and put Gordo in it when we're not traveling or whatever. That way,
Pocket Gordo.
Per- pocket Gordo. Fuck it. No, for real. That'd
Gordo,
be-
I
that'd be-
choose you.
That'd be a cool fucking idea, dude. That'd be awesome. And then no, okay. I'll say it in a different tone. That was not exactly my wisest choice to always want a fucking ginormous elephant, y'all. So it has nothing to do with the build, but it is a separate poor decision on my part. So I can be down on myself if I want to. Thank you very much. But anyway, note iron flask for future invisibility on Gordo would be helpful.
On the bright side, at least you don't have a infernal machine that's basically lets out a ear-piercingly loud, torturous scream in every
Well,
direction.
yeah, I didn't.
For
I
like
didn't
60
check that.
feet.
I didn't check that box.
I mean, we don't have that anymore.
No,
Actually,
or the large scorpion with a flamethrower attached to its tail.
That got left back in the canyon.
Actually, if we could get that, that would be really useful. Because I have an idea what we could do with that.
I
Because that is
mean,
one hell of a distraction.
Yeah.
well, remember the flamethrower's got to be manned, so
I think Chromie was talking about the shrieking hell bike.
oh well. I mean, that still has to be manned
that would
as well.
definitely draw. Well, that's why it goes fast. You just stay on and hope for the best.
Oh, I mean, yeah. You should see all the stuff I had to give Chris when he got that bike. It was a book of just things that apply to that bike and the rules and yeah. I think he still has the hell version of NOS for it too.
Actually, that gives me an idea. It's crazy, but it just might work.
I don't think
But-
you can put the NOS in Nyx's corpse. And
Barth, what is the highest level invisibility you can cast?
Third.
So that covers 2 creatures. Okay. What if I summon the nightmare and I just go a completely different direction from you guys and just make a racket? Draw as much attention as I can away and then go invisible and circle back.
Actually, that's if you want to talk about the selfless play, or someone sacrifice himself, Minner with Gordo could do a way better distraction than anybody else could probably. So everybody else could get away.
Well, the goal isn't to be the selfless sacrifice. It's to be able to get back. But that might... The nightmare goes faster and can fly. But men here can make one hell of a racket. Because if we put it on the Ring of Spell Storing, men here can then pop the invisibility. So like I said, I'm at the point where my spell selection is pretty bad. And at that point, I just become a low-level fighter.
Did the are we using the helm of teleportation? Is that what we're going to use?
No, the rest of the group is going to have to go via ground.
Okay.
Also, Nyx is dead.
Yeah, but her helm is not dead. It's not gone. So one of us could borrow it, utilize its abilities, and then give it back later. And I have an empty attunement slot. Give me the helm of teleportation. Let me take Gordo as a distraction, and I will teleport to y'all afterwards, after drawing them off. How does that sound?
I do think that helm had one last teleport left in it. We'd have to take another hour to reattune.
And, well, the other issue with that is where are you going to teleport to with that? None of y'all have seen the Nymph's Rest in Avernus.
Well, simple. Teleport as close as possible, or draw them way off and then teleport back to the starting point, where it began at. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas.
All right, well, there's high risk, high reward trying to use that helm to teleport. So just keep that in mind. It's not foolproof.
Do you think you could sneak back if you teleported back to here? Because if we detailed the path you had to take, you could then take it and we could reopen however there. How are you hiding the Nymph's Rest anyway, sis?
Well, most of us are going to have to make it on foot, which is part of the problem. This is why we need as many able bodies to protect them as best we can. And if we can make it there, we'll be much safer there than we are here. That landmark is much more fortified and defensible than our family's warehouse.
I meant more like, how are you hiding it? Would it even be possible for him to find it again?
Gizmo! And she just shouts out. So you hear from the upper floors, Gizmo coming down, and she's kind of greased up a little bit, like she's been working on something. Still with her flowery yellow dress and vest, just making her way down the warehouse steps, although the people just kind of crowded down at the center. And so as this little petite gnome with these oversized goggles and little top hat makes her way down, she goes to the rest of you, to where Lady Esmeralda is at, still hiding her little baby bump. She's a few months preggers. And, well, yes, lady, you called? Is it time? Are we finally leaving? Almost. I felt it best if you explained to the others here about the Nymph's Rest, the defenses that you had set up, how you hid it from the others here. And you see Gizmo for the second time since you've been here. The first time when she saw Lady Esmeralda again, kind of smile. She almost seems proud. And, well, about that, I gotta say, is a feat of marvel, if I do say so myself. You see, a lot of the fiends here can see through simple illusions. Trying to hide things with magic is mostly futile to their kind. They see right through them. But what I have done is I have veiled the Nymph's Rest in between a pocketed space of what some would call a demi-plane. Some of the simpler magics will open up these temporary spaces and allow you to hole up there for a few hours, or maybe pull, various items and things from these storage spots. You may have seen these trinkets here and there in little shops, gloves that let you store large weaponry in, like they're just fit in the entire palm of your hand. No. What I did to the Nymph's Rest was basically veil it in a...
So you put it in a giant bag of holding?
Not quite. More of surrounded it in a lining of a demi-plane that the fiends here, when they look upon, would see nothing but Avernus. They couldn't see beyond the demi-plane. Couldn't even detect it. But the Nymph's Rest has always been there. They can't physically reach it. They can't see it. They can't even use magic to teleport it. But the problem is, once we pull that veil away, it would take a considerable amount of time for me to even attempt to hide it again. So if you are trying to hide from these other fiends, or, as you say, have the backing of God to help us, that would be great. We can protect ourselves there, but we would be quite visible.
So you put it in a giant bag of holding. Got it.
If that's what Barth wants to interpret it as, sure.
So as soon as we go in there, we're almost certainly going to come under attack again.
They will be able to see the Nymph's Rest if they are in the vicinity or anywhere within line of sight of it. And it is not the smallest structure ever known. It is a 300-foot tall tree, after all.
How long would it take to get the veil back up?
That could take a couple hours if I can get all the materials and without interruptions. So again, we would be vulnerable in that time. So if you do have friends in high places, or if you're as skilled as you seem to think you are, then you can help protect us while we set the protections again. This is why we have to do this in such large batches. It's not easy to just smuggle one or two people in. Every time that barrier goes down, it puts everyone at the Nymph's Rest at risk. But it's better than leaving the poor souls out here in Avernus to be feasted upon by the fiends and all the terrors that roam about.
I think we're gonna have to not use the distraction. If only we had a giant, loud, cannon-like thing to make a big distraction.
If you only had a loud cannon.
Yeah, like a cannon that could bring them, towards it. If only such a thing was in existence.
And
If
again,
only some entrepreneuring, if only some ingenious little gnome had created something like that.
well, a cannon, it doesn't quite do what you think it does, but it's not so much as loud as it annihilates things in its path. See, I had this great idea. For whatever army would have come to Aurora, there wasn't a lot of defenses set up that wasn't already taken by the military, and that we could quite control and use to defend our other places of interest. Problem is, the Holland military frowns upon such installations within the city that's not under their direct control. So, to get around this minor complication, I built the core of the weaponry in Mechanus.
You did what?
So, anybody who's trained in arcane can make an arcana check to see if they recognize what she said and the importance of what she just said with that name.
I don't think anyone's trained in Arcana.
Let's see.
No, but I'm trained in athletics. Does that count?
I mean, if you want to, do all the, various push-ups and things to see if you can remember. I mean, it's Arcana. I think both of Chris's characters, who's not here today, visiting family on the 4th of July holiday here in the U.S., I think both of his are trained in it, and neither one of them are here.
Wait, I have a question. Technically, Nyx is here. She's inside of the phylactery. Can I communicate with her since I'm holding it?
No.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's just her soul essence that's inside that phylactery. That still has 5 days to make her body again. Yeah, I am not seeing anybody with trained Arcana. So all of you just kind of looking at her with turned heads, and you see Lady Esmeralda, Willow's sister, just kind of shake her head. None of you went to any of the arcane colleges, it shows.
I was a fisherman.
Good for you. Right on. Mechanus is another plane of existence. It is one that deals with logic, mathematics, and creatures of very complex constructs. Beings such as Modrons dwell there, as well as some other interesting and quite deadly machinations. But just know that it is another plane, like Avernus is another world, so is Mechanus. That hopefully puts things in perspective. Gizmo? Ah, yes. So, being that I did not have to build any of the weaponry here in Aurora, I wasn't restricted to many of the problems that would come with building something in confined spaces, even such as confined as the weapons factory. So, having more space, I took liberty of that and built a very large destructive arcane engine. And all I needed to do was to have this engine primed and constantly building its destructive magics until I needed to summon it, in which case all I had to do was just open up a portal, a planar portal, from the front of the weapon to what I had was a makeshift cannon using the factory's smokestack as an aiming and channeling device. And she just kind of smiles.
You're crazy. You know that?
She's basically just told you that she has created, has a weapon in another plane that's perpetually going off, building a deadly charge that's just firing. And all she does to fire it here is just basically open a planar portal to just open up the beam that's constantly firing.
Yeah, that's actually pretty badass. She's a little nut job genius chick.
She did make that railgun with railroad spikes.
Again, as I said, you're crazy. You know, in the best way.
So, but with that weapon being what it is, it doesn't really make a lot of noise, but it can certainly destroy anything in its path. So that might be useful. So, having this information about the weapon that she constructed out of your family's weapons factory, Willow, what is your take on this? And keep in mind, this is also one of the engineers that your lovely sister has put under her employ since taking full control of the family business.
Yeah, and that was a very, very smart business decision. I mean, look at that cannon. I don't know. I'm out of. My ideas are running dry. So I'm hoping someone else has one.
We're just needing to make a loud noise, right?
Well, we don't even really need to do that. I mean,
You were spitballing kind of like ideas for distractions, be it a person or in this case, weapon or other boom boom.
So, do we have gunpowder?
And she kind of looks around. If you're talking about the black powder, yes, we have a few barrels over there. And they're not like giant multi-gallon barrels. They're more of like what do they call them? Like the hogsheads, the smaller portions.
Can we compress it and make it so that if those night, they make a bigger boom? Because if so, Willow gets on her nightmare. She flies off with it, throws that down and has it explode where we need it to cause a distraction, and then comes back to us. While everything near that explosion is panicking, going, what the hell, why is there a big explosion?
Or we could just haul ass to where we need to fucking go and fuck all the extra planning, since people's brains are running dry.
I mean, you're all just trying to see the best way to get these innocents over to a more defensible location without being eaten alive by demons, undead, and who knows what else.
Stealth, probably. I mean, stealth, like they're saying, we could try stealth. That's really it, actually.
So I say we try stealth, and if things look like we're being caught, I'll go off and trigger the gunpowder plan.
So Willow's going to set up the bomb. She's going, what was it, zero mission? Someone
How
set
many
us up the
people
bomb.
are there again?
Including your group, roughly about 31, 32 people. But about 20 of them are most of the commoners that have been held up, that have very little to almost no real combat experience. It's a miracle they even survived the plane shift into Avernus.
Is there like wagons or carts or any of that kind of shit? Anything that...
Let me see here. Wait, hold on.
Because Gordo's pretty fucking strong. He can transport a whole lot of people if he had the surface area to do so. So if they were in a wheeled conveyance, it would make his life easier.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any carts or wagons there. You could probably have one fashioned up to like a makeshift cart or something of that nature. There's enough materials here to kind of put that together.
Well, let's say we could make a freaking wagon for all the lobies.
Is anybody else getting like a Tremors vibe with that plan too?
Hey, if it works.
So do you want to go with that plan? The creating like a cart or some kind of transport for all the people that you have to bring over there?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Let's see here.
It's finally come into effect in something I took so many levels ago.
What?
I break out my woodworking tools.
You've been holding them for like
Guess
13
what?
plus
You
levels.
got carpentry too?
I have carpentry too.
I have carpentry tools.
It's all coming together now. The end game is here.
We
Carpentry.
shall build the finest cart.
Okay, so Willow and Barth, does anybody else have carpentry that they want to contribute to this? Oh god, I wish I had an 80s montage ready for this. I was not ready for the carpentry.
I'll make nails and shit because I'm a blacksmith, so I'll make the nails for the cart.
Alright. Alright. Digging it. So, yeah, why don't each of you make your checks here just so I can get some of the quality of the materials that you're contributing. See how successful you are with the final product. Will it be something just... Is it going to be shabby, kind of band-aid together, or is it actually going to be really good craftsmanship by the end of it? And I'm going to have a little NPC bonus here since you have Gizmo there.
What's the stat related to it?
So let's see. For the woodworking,
Woodworking, I think,
Well-
would be Dex, wouldn't it?
it can be Dex or Wisdom.
Both are equal. All right, guidance.
When I say
Yeah,
equally, does it
same.
mean like no bonus?
No, it's the same bonus.
Ah. Can never quite tell with Willow.
Boom.
You know, I still do have that inspiration. You know what? Ivy, get over here. I need to be inspired.
That natural one from Willow.
Actually,
Barth.
the one was the one was the guidance.
Oh, the one was got. Well, I mean, the two from that and the one from the guidance.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bring that inspiration. Get Ivy over here, and
But, well, Barth had a total of 27.
in here we need your nails.
My bad. I stepped away for a moment.
Menhir, it's hammer time.
I have to. You gonna actually make me make a blacksmithing tools check? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to see the quality, because
What?
it's not just nails. Remember, there's going to be iron bands going into some of this to kind of
Yeah.
reinforce it. So
True.
it's more than just
What
nails.
is what's the ability to use?
So for that would be strength or wisdom.
There you go, 26. There's some damn good nails and bands and shit.
Really good quality things here. Plus, with the materials that you're working with around the warehouse itself, you're able to actually put together a really well constructed makeshift cart. With Gizmo kind of helping here and there, her rolling a natural 20 on her check to assist, you actually put such a high quality cart. You would not find something this good on sale from like a regular shopkeeper. This is really well put together. You could probably fit Gordo in this and he wouldn't break it. Like, he could jump up and down at it and wouldn't give.
That's saying a lot. That's impressive.
The craftsmanship that went into this is equally impressive. Again, I'm just sad I couldn't get a 80s montage.
Plus
for
extra
this.
+3. Y'all guidance yourselves?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yep, nobody wanted to touch poor men here and give him guidance.
It's fine. I don't need it. I'm good. I rolled well.
We have created the finest cart ever to be seen upon the plains of Avernus.
I mean, you're not wrong. Definitely not
Really?
wrong.
The size is what. Will it house all the dweebs? That's the important part.
I mean, I would assume so. That's kind of the.
The point of it, yes, to fit
That's a
everybody
big
in
ass
there.
fuck. That's a big ass fucking cart. Is all I'm saying.
Again, I was getting kind of Tremors vibe where they just took that that farming tractor trailer or whatever they had, and they had the caterpillar drag it across. In this case, you have Gordo the elephant dragging this giant makeshift wooden steel reinforced cart across Avernus's hellscape.
For me, that makes it a whole lot easier too. You know, you just tell everybody to STFU and then invisibility, Gordo in the cart, and then haul booty.
All right, is that
Sounds
the
like a plan.
that is the plan that y'all are going with?
Is it, guys? I'm good with this plan.
I think it's the we got really. Unfortunately, which is it. It's not saying a lot. It's the best we got.
Hey, it's a damn fine card.
Yeah, and with the security we can post around it.
Speaking of, how are you doing the security detail around the cart?
I guess Men here and Elodie are going to be up driving Gordo.
Okay.
Uh,
Driver's seat.
Yeah, that's like a standard thing. Elodia has to ride on Gordo with Minir because she's his weapon emplacement.
Barth and
I mean, she is
Willow
artillery.
on the tail of the cart because we have ranged, and then Faith running to protect any sides if they get up on top of us. Basically a front gun emplacement, 2 backs, and then someone to get them off they actually get on.
Okay. Where is Ivy going to be in all this?
Ivy's going to have to be in the middle because of her pass without trace.
Okay. All right, so you'll have another. So NPCs that are also going to be in the cart with you is going to include, obviously, Lady Esmeralda. She's going to be in the cart. Hal will also be in the wagon cart with everybody else. Lucal, the dwarf that had the pink hair, golden skin, he is going to be in the cart. Really, the only NPC who can't be in the cart is Aaron.
Because,
Centaurus,
Centaur, yeah.
Yeah.
Horse legs. Legs for days.
Yeah, I
Is
mean, she can keep up with everything, though. But that cart and Gordo are not going to be the fastest things in the world, so it's not too hard for her to keep up with either.
And we do have one hasty getaway plan if we have to use it. So I'm going to need Aaron to stay fairly tight to the cart.
Okay. And Gizmo is also going to be in the cart. And you remember that weapon that she promised? That steam-powered railroad spike shooter?
Yeah.
she is armed with that rifle.
You know, I know of a succubus that you really ought to shoot with that.
I'm sure there's a lot of people you'd rather her shoot than you with that.
I mean, there was a succubus who showed a lot of interest in Remy.
I mean, yeah, she was a succubus. That's kind of what she does. I don't think she's dead.
Mhm. Oh no, we've seen her. She's still alive, and she took Remy. Which I'm not saying out loud. I'm just clarifying for you.
You have a way to
Oh,
emergency
right,
point.
I
preventions.
remember now. Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah, back at Fort Knucklebones, when the Nemesis came ringing, and then Lodia started shooting at the Nemesis, like aggroing all these wonderful the armies of the Mad God.
I like how our instructions to Elodia were shoot the red caps so they can't open the door. Elodia, all right, I'm gonna shoot under the door at the
Yeah.
demons. Got it.
Yeah, but
It
she
wasn't the
passed
plan,
door.
but it was one hell of a shot.
Yeah, she definitely got the attention of the Juggernaut as it leapt over the fort's doors. So, anyway, all right. Well, you got plans. We got the placements here.
To be fair, killing the gatekeepers probably wouldn't have worked much better either. If I be completely honest.
No, not really, but we got the plan.
All right. So,
Operation Cart Time.
nobody wanted to go with Dumbo Drop. Damn. Okay.
Listen, man. Barth's really fucking proud of that cart.
Oh, all y'all like put, sweat and tears into that cart, and it is a fantastic piece of craftsmanship. A cart like this has never been made before, and probably won't be again, with all these masters of their trades coming together and just making this cart from what was nothing into something that is now almost like a wonder of the realm.
It's gonna be a real shame when it gets blown up in about 5 minutes.
When it gets caught on fire and people are running around screaming, "Ah, no!" Yes. Barth, Lauren, you know me so well. So let's see what happens here. All right.
Add a level of bard to your class. You have bardic tongue.
Well, I mean, Senosha does have a bit of bard, so she could teach you how to kill people by insulting them.
Nice, yeah.
It's fun making a half-orc wrestler. Anyway, so with that, we have the Cast Without Trace with Ivy. So just so you have kind of a picture here, I did kind of move your icons here onto the little mini-map without having to pull up the wagon image here and try to do a makeshift. So basically, everything beyond the left of the chain is going to be the quote-unquote cart. The commoners are going to be in that placement. This is really mostly for your own tokens. So Willow and Barth are at the back. Lady Esmeralda and Ivy, then Gizmo. Then it's Barth. Then it's just going to kind of like rows. Barth, the dwarf, Faith, and Hal. Aaron is kind of underneath them, just standing close by the wagon itself. And then on Gordo, who's pulling the cart, we have Men here, who's using his handling animal and his expertise with Gordo to control Gordo. And we have Elodia being the Mawul artillery, since she can shoot you in the ass through a keyhole at 600 feet. And I wish I was kidding on that. She has insane accuracy. Cover be damned. let's see what goes on here now as you make your ways through. Alright, so casting the invisibilities here, which will last about an hour as you're going through the cart. I'm trying to stay as, well, quiet while moving on a trace as possible. I would like everybody to make perception checks as you are traveling through the streets, leaving the warehouse. Just really seeing what odds and ends through the hellscape, the blasted remains of the city of Aurora, and some of the crags and fissures that are in the area as you go to where they have hidden the Nymph's Rest. Wow, all these 20 plus perceptions. Holy smoke. Okay. So, yeah, y'all just pretty much blast with the looking about. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Some of you have been trained your whole lives with, these situations, and your adventures are no small task. However, being on edge, being trained with these heightened senses, the adrenaline going through you, you do see little bits of movement here and there. The movement again almost appears as if there's things in the shadows that kind of move, staying in with the buildings and the dark crags of Avernus. There are none of it's slow movement either. It's very quick, precise, like just a second or two, just something just moving. But this movement does not seem to ever go out into the open streets at any point, nor does it seem to get too close to your wagon. The closest movement that any of you ever caught while this escort is going on here has been about 90 feet.
Well, if they're not coming up, there's no need to engage them at this range.
Gizmo is going to pipe up. We still got a little ways to go until we get to the Nymph's Rest. Once we get there, I will begin dropping the veil, so to speak. Once it's visible, we need to rush. No dilly-dallying. We need to get into the garden grounds. Once we get there, we won't have too much time to get these people off this cart, and if you have friends in high places, that would be the time to call upon their aid. We will be out in the open. There is nothing but the tree itself to block our view. They'll have open sight of us.
I hope you're watching, Mom. I do have a plan, though, we need to get a little bit faster when we get there.
Okay. Yeah, switch this up here. So, as you're going through, you're leaving more of the broken streets, the once cobblestone streets of Aurora that have been broken and shattered by the actual plane of Avernus, the first layer of hell. You're seeing what you were seeing closer akin to the hell wasp nests. Once you left the broken city area, all these more of the hellscape starts reclaiming the land. As you get out to more of the open areas, you start to feel more of the impacts of flames, the fireballs from the skies. They kind of rain down. You hear the whistling. So they just shake the landscape. You all just kind of looking up, hoping one of them doesn't come down too close to Gordo or the wagon. Thankfully, the nearest one seems to be hundreds of feet out, probably about 300 feet or so. But the force of the impact is still felt through your wagon and through Gordo. As you cross over some of the more narrower bits of the hellscape, trying to stay on as stable ground as possible, remembering how the ground came in before when all the infernal machines were racing and fighting each other, trying to establish dominance between the various like barbaric like clans, the warlords of the wastelands. Being cautious with all this extra cargo, you do manage to avoid some of these weaker spots as they do crumble near the wagon in some parts, but not so much as to threaten it. And I'm doing all these checks here on the side just to see what you are going for here. What may stop you here, or if anything. So, about an hour passes now, and you know the invisibility is going to wear off soon. Gizmo just, we're almost there, about 15, 30 minutes at this pace. Just keep hitting straight.
I'm gonna use my second spell slot to cast invisibility again.
Okay. I'll give you a bonus on this next check here. And you can see things like up in the rolling clouds of Avernus' skies, that between the arcs of red lightning, where all the flaming balls of fire and the meteor strikes are raining from, various winged creatures darting in and out of the clouds. Nothing directly above you, but something that could have the potential to spot you. However, staying invisible, staying as quiet as possible here, you do not seem to have drawn the attention or ire of whatever those creatures were. As you make the last part of the trek to the Nymph's Rest here, Gizmo kind of pats the side of the wagon to get everybody's attention, who's still hyper focused on the environment. Okay, I'm preparing to drop the protections. Be at your guard. We'll have to rush once you see the tree. Is everyone ready?
All right, everybody in this cart needs to buckle up, buckaroos. Now I'm going to ready a twinned haste for Gordo and Aaron.
Aaron, okay. Ivy just kind of holds on, and Esmeralda just grabs as best she can. Hal's just bracing himself but still armed, kind of looking out. Aaron is still close to the cart. Alright, here we go. And you see Gizmo begin to move her hands in large gestures. You see as she does so, some of the arcane trails of energy, like this almost turquoise, like sparkles just trailing from her hands, leaving almost illusionary hands in its wake. You know, it's kind of like a shadow image of her hands as they kind of move in trance-like states. And at the end of the movements, you still see the arcane markings that she's drawing in air, which are getting quite large and quite complex. Then she takes both of her petite gloved hands and just kind of shoves it out. And as it does so, you see the glyphs expand outward larger, and they hit something invisible in the free space as it almost like wraps around it, almost like cellophane. And as it does so, you start to see whatever translucent barrier that was there, whatever pocket dimensions that were veiling the Nymph's Rest begin to dissolve and just dispel. As they do so, you start to see, at first very faintly, the base of the large tree of the Nymph's Rest. You see the bark that you remember vividly as being once healthy reddish hue has now faded to a very sickly, dull gray. The once numerous nutritious fruits that hung from the many branches, they've either all weathered on the vine or gone entirely from the branches themselves. And these same branches that once showcased the numerous vibrant leaves of all colors now look if they could barely support their own naked branches, let alone any sort of life. The last of the protection fades, and you see the gardens, the grounds. You see the iron wrought fences that marked the perimeter at one point long ago. And you see the entrance into the base of this 300-foot tall, massive tree.
Well, time to go fast. And don't worry, Ivy. It's a fixer-upper.
And she just kind of nods, seeing this just colossal tree just standing before her. She almost has like a tear to her eye just seeing the sight. All right, so Menhir.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make an animal handling check as you're going to push Gordo hard with this cart full of people to make it to the Nymph's Rest here while it's
I'll
exposed.
use my, whatchamacallit.
Inspiration.
Yeah.
This is the moment.
What was that, Elodia?
Can I help?
Are you trained in animal handling?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you can assist. So, Menhir. So you would have advantage. Well, you'd already have advantage with that, so you wouldn't be using the inspiration unless you needed to. Let's see. So yeah, so she would basically save you the inspiration.
Okay.
Apparently, she's had experience with training animals, beasts of burden, and other exotic creatures. So she's kind of helping keep Gordo calm as you're trying to push him harder than he's normally used to being pushed, trying to go as fast as he can with this extreme weight on his back. You know, the cart that's being dragged across the...
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. A shit roll, but that's it. That's life sometimes.
Okay, so as you're pushing that, the cart kind of hits a rock or part of the landscape starts to fall through. It bounces the cart a bit up in the air and lands, kind of slams down pretty hard. Some of the people in the cart are kind of jostled a bit. I would like everyone to make dexterity saving throws. We're riding in the cart. I'm going to get the NPCs cleared out here, because I can just batch roll them here.
Well, the good news is several of them are in my aura.
Yeah. Because guess which two needed it the most?
When I said buckle up, did they not buckle up?
I mean, they held on as best they could. But that aura did help save them from being shot out of the wagon. So men here and Willow both over 20 with that. Fantastic rolls with that. Need Barth, Faith, and Elodia. Well, actually, no. Elodia and men here don't need to make that. It's just the people in the cart.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's cool. That's cool. It's still a damn good roll, though.
Yeah, too bad I couldn't roll that for my animal.
Faith is also very thankful that she is in that order.
I was going to say, does this count as something Faith can see?
Yes. That is a good point, actually. Yeah, because of that.
Danger sense. I'm about to fall off this cart.
It is something that she can definitely see.
My spidey sense is tingling. Oh no, I'm airborne.
Well, for a moment, like, you see Esmeralda, Ivy, and Faith just kind of like almost like a 0G flight. They bounce up and they stay up in the air for just like a little too long than everybody else. Almost like they're like trying to stay into the cart, and they all kind of like grab on each other, and you with your aura just kind of grab onto Ezzy there and keep them from spilling out of the wagon. But everybody does manage to stay in as you breakneck speeds go into the gardens of the once vibrant gardens of the Nymph's Rest. All right, so as you all come piling in there, you hear a loud peal of thunder. And as you look up, you see the skies, just the clouds are getting thicker and darker.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it certainly is not.
Contingency plan. Okay.
The-
Ivy, we need to get you into that chamber with the tree as quickly as possible.
And she just kind of, okay, sis. Where is that? And storming out of the base of the tree, you see this 3-foot tall, fully armored figure that has, like, the front helmet is completely full face guarded, but it has a large plume of very decorative, iridescent feathers that are just sticking out. And is charging out with, sword and shield. Running full bore towards your group.
Is that Don Quixote? Does he think we're windmills?
Right, Willow's gonna yell in vegan, "Hi, tree, please, we need a passageway as soon as possible."
Did you just say in vegan?
Yes, that's
Yeah, that
what
is
we
what-
have determined
Y'all
is
would-
plant speak.
Yes, so the group has decided that Speak with Plants is now called vegan. So That is a
I
thing
think
now.
that was what Will. I think that's what Willow said. Decided.
Well, everybody's rolling with it, so it's now a group thing that is now going to be canon. God damn it. So Esmeralda will look over there and she'll just kind of shout out, "Sir Lauren, it's okay. We've come here with others who need help." And the armored figure just goes, you hear the clink, 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 and just kind of, as the heels just kind of dig up and dink, dink. You see the little faceplate just get lifted up by the metal gauntlet. "Lady Esmeralda, is that you? Could barely see you over that thing. That's a lot of people." And he's looking up at the skies, and that doesn't sound good. More thunder peals through the skies. And you begin to see in the distance one of the dimensional anchors start to slowly appear. And around the base of it, you start to see glowing eyes appear. What do y'all
Have I
do?
mentioned that I fucking hate hell, by the way?
Honestly, I cannot wait to be gone.
You know, can't recommend it.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
gets
give
a
him
0
I'm gonna
stars.
give him a 4 out of 10 on Yelp. Yep.
Yeah, I'm
And
thinking more of a
cannot
3.5.
recommend. Let's
So-
be reasonable here now.
Uh,
Talia was fucking hell.
I mean, it is called hell, so I mean, it's not the most glamorous thing in the world. But on that note as well, you start to see more figures, larger set of eyes and a larger set of body attached to these eyes. And you start to see large, like, colossal wingspans and huge pairs of horns attached to these glowing eyes. This one predominant. Then you see a smaller pair of like greenish, sickly, glowing eyes. But that seems to be like offset lower to the right of the reddish ones that you saw by the horns. And as the light kind of cascades from those smaller pair of eyes, that sickly green light kind of almost pours out like smoke that illuminates around what starts to appear as a large skull attached to a very twisted wand made of pure bone, attached to a clawed crimson arm. And eventually, through the peals of lightning that are flashing across and the meteors that are flashing, you do get the quick glimpse of this figure by that dimensional anchor there. And this is the figure that you see.
We are so fucked.
Yeah,
That is-
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
Orcus. Paul.
yeah, it is. Yeah, we're very much fucked. So what is that, mate? What is that? Three gods that want to fucking kill us now? Or god level beings, at least.
Well, this one is only a few hundred feet away, so much closer to reach out and touch.
Yeah, yeah.
And speaking of, as y'all are still in the gardens area, you see this fearsome creature just raise that skull wand in its hand, and you see 3 creatures appear before it. 2 of them very gaunt, skeletal, wearing almost sage-like robes with little fiery pinpoints in their eyes, and a third that looks like a floating skull with gems in its teeth and eyes. And with its free hand, it just points towards the nymph's rest. You hear a voice boom over the clouds. Thou shalt not fall. And you start to see hands claw out of the wastelands of Avernus as what looks to be hundreds of beings, skeletal and decayed, claw out of their graves to join the army of undead that these creatures have summoned. And that's where we're going to end today.
Well, guys,
Well, you know, it's been a good campaign. Yeah, I think we did some things.
if I was full rested, maybe I could take Orcus, but I got 3 spells left. So I believe in you all. I'm just gonna take Ivy down into the tree chamber, and
I also spent both my spells on invisibility, so I just have the +1 longsword. Yep,
Should be
it'll
some
fine.
interesting encounters next session. So I'm going to end the recording here. I do want to just personally shout out Celeric. Thank you for the sub during this. And again, glad you're doing well. Glad you stopped and listened to the misadventures. So don't be a stranger. Hit me up and we'll be on next week again. So hope you and the kiddos are doing well on the 4th of July here. So other than that, everyone, be safe. And until next time,